Hearing Zhao Xingchen's order, Meng Hong and the others turned pale in horror. They had never expected for things to take such a dramatic turn. Qian Yu's face turned pale in shock and she stepped forward to intervene. Senior brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding. While speaking, she tried to pull Zhao Xingchen. Zhao Xingchen shook her away and impatiently stated, "Go away!" Qian Yu was directly shaken back to one side, almost falling to the ground. Junior sister Qian. Meng Hong hurriedly stepped forward to help, but Qian Yu promptly avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong's face turned ashen and became a little listless. Zhao Xingchen glanced at her and coldly snorted. Afterwards, he turned his attention to Yang Kai and gloomily stated, "Brother Yang, this commander considered you a genius and had every intention of recruiting you. But unfortunately, Brother Yang didn't appreciate it. Since that's the case, this Zhao will have to invite Brother Yang to my Scarlet Star's dungeon for a chat." He waved his hand and shouted, "Apprehend them. If they try to resist, kill them." The moment he said this, a dozen or so people rushed over and tried to capture Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The three Great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss. They wanted to resist, but at the end of the day, this was Scarlet Star's territory. If they really couldn't resolve this, their end would not be good. On the contrary, the few people who tried to arrest Yang Kai suddenly groaned in unison and flew backwards, smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingchen cried out in shock, "You dare fight back?" Scarlet Star had been gaining momentum for the past few days, and in this Star City, Scarlet Star cultivators ran amok. No one dared to provoke them, so Zhao Xingchen never thought that someone would actually do something to his men in public, rooting him to the spot. Yang Kai scoffed, "You dare to attack this king, so why wouldn't this king dare to attack you? Come." He stretched his hand towards Zhao Xingchen as a fierce suction emerged from his palm. The next moment, Zhao Xingchen flew uncontrollably towards Yang Kai, who grabbed him by the neck and pressed him onto the table. A scorching heat radiated from Yang Kai's arm as he looked at Zhao Xingchen in contempt. "You dare to act presumptuous before this king with your feeble skills?" Zhao Xingchen became angry out of shame. "You're dead. Dead. Do you know who I am? Scarlet Star's fifth manager is my brother-in-law. Boy, let go of me or else." He kept screaming and struggling, but no matter what he did, he couldn't free himself. The big hand holding his neck was like an iron hoop, sealing off all his strength. Zhao Xingchen was stunned. He too was an Emperor Realm cultivator and had even condensed 5 elements into his Dao seal. He never thought that he would be suppressed and have no power to fight back against another Emperor Realm cultivator. Their own commander was captured so easily, so the Scarlet Star cultivators didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and stood rooted in their spots. Zhao Xingchen slapped the table and angrily shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Are you still not going to help this commander?" Helpless, everyone could only rush over. However, they couldn't even get within 10 meters of Yang Kai before they were sent flying, crashing into the ground and crying out in pain. Meng Hong and the others were stunned while Qinyu slightly opened her mouth with a worried look on her face. Although she knew Yang Kai was amazingly strong and had personally witnessed him face hundreds of members of Emperor Heaven alone, she never thought he would be daring enough to attack others here. However, the arrow was already fired. It was too late for her to stop it now. All she could do was worry. She wanted to persuade Yang Kai, but didn't know where to start. "I advise you to quickly release and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you won't see the sunrise tomorrow." Although Zhao Xingchen was in a miserable state, he was still acting headstrong. He was relying on his identity as a minor commander of Scarlet Star, believing that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "You want me to kneel and kowtow to you?" Yang Kai sneered before suddenly lifting his hand and kicking Zhao Xingchen. "Then you should kneel first." Many cultivators in the lobby turned pale one after another and dared not stay here for another moment. They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Before leaving, some people looked at Yang Kai with pity and shook their heads sighing, thinking that he would come to regret this sooner or later. An elderly man even tried his best to persuade Yang Kai. "Young man, quickly escape from here before the things turn bigger. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Scarlet Star's territory." Yang Kai just smiled at the elderly man, who couldn't say anything after seeing his attitude. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby had run away, leaving a pale shopkeeper trembling in fright. A junior commander of Scarlet Star was beaten in his inn. He wouldn't be able to escape punishment now. His inn was likely never going to open again. Having been forced to kneel by Yang Kai, Zhao Xingchen was still wailing for a while. He glared at Yang Kai with incomparable hatred and roared, "This commander will remember today's shame, and will make you pay for it 1,000 times over. I'll be waiting." Yang Kai indifferently nodded. Yuhi's obsession only grew stronger as her beautiful eyes flickered with an unusual gleam, staring straight at the side of Yang Kai's face. Zhao Xingchen turned his head and shouted, glaring at the dumbstruck Chenyu, "You stupid slut! Do you only know how to sit there and watch? Don't you know how to save me?" Chun Yu's face turned pale when she heard this. She puckered her lips as she looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. "Senior brother Yang?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Sister Chun, don't be ridiculous. You and I just met by chance. I really don't deserve the honor of being addressed as senior brother by you. Please don't ever address me as such again." Chun Yu's face turned even paler after hearing this. She knew that Yang Kai was drawing a clear line with her. She couldn't help but feel bitter. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other from the very start. They only got to know each other through Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn to Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists before lowering his head and saying nothing. Seeing this, Chenyu sighed in her heart. She didn't have the face to say anything. "Since you can't help me at all, what's the use of keeping you with me, you slut?" Zhao Xingchen angrily rebuked. Yang Kai gave Chenyu a cold look. "Your choice of men is truly terrible." Chenyu trembled after hearing this as her head dropped to her chest. Yang Kai slapped Zhao Xingchen once again, knocking out a few of his teeth in the process as half of his face swelled up. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and stated, "If you dare to speak another word, I will kill you right here and now." Zhao Xingchen's eyes turned red and widened in anger. Obviously, he was unwilling, but his fist was smaller than Yang Kai's, so he had no choice but to choke down his anger. The lobby fell into silence for a moment, leaving only the sound of Yang Kai drinking at his own leisure. Yuhi looked left and right before she giggled and asked, "How are things going to end now?" The likes of Zhao Xingchen wasn't even worth her attention. Not to mention Zhao Xingchen, even the fifth manager above him was nothing in her eyes. Yuhi might not even look straight at him, but they were inside the grand ancient ruins boundary after all. More importantly, this place was Scarlet Star's turf. Since Yang Kai had created such a scene, it would definitely not end that easily. "I can understand that you acted like this because of your friends, but you have created quite a big scene." Yuhi continued via transmission. "If we want to leave, we must leave now. Once the news about this spreads, we won't be able to leave no matter what." Yang Kai replied after hearing this, "Do you think I did this for Meng Hong?" "You didn't," Yuhi asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and replied, "It's a part of the reason, but the main reason is that he was eyeing my treasures. Since they aren't willing to give up, I have no choice but to set up my prestige, and let them know that no one can covet my things." Saying so, he proudly smiled. "Besides, if I want to leave, how can the likes of Scarlet Star stop me?" He was proficient in the Tao of space and could easily come and go as he pleased unless Scarlet Star had set up a shocking grand array that could isolate space. Yes, you're amazing. Keep it up then." Yuhi sneered sarcastically as she shot him an angry glare. Scarlet Star's junior commander Zhao Xingchen was beaten and forced to kneel in public. This news spread like wildfire across the Star City. Many people couldn't believe it. After all, who would dare to do something like that to Scarlet Star's men in this Star City? But the people who spread the news said that they saw it with their own eyes and that Zhao Xingchen was still kneeling at the inn. Some people who didn't believe the news came to watch it secretly. After one glance, they realized it was just as they had heard. They all found it a little bizarre, and what was even more shocking was that the person who beat Zhao Xingchen was still here. In the backyard of a certain mansion in the northwest corner of the Star City, there was a small bridge over a creek and some artificial mountains of strange sizes and shapes. An incredibly fat man with fish food in his hand stood by the pond, attracting the fish to compete for the feed. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from the courtyard. The fat man's hand trembled the moment he heard this cry as a pained look appeared on his face, like he was having a sharp headache. The sound of crying quickly approached as a well-endowed woman wearing luxurious jewelry appeared. Who knew what she had encountered, but tears kept rolling down her face, making her look extremely pitiful. She arrived before the fatty and knelt down with a thud, heartrendingly weeping, "Husband, you must seek justice for me." The fatty turned his head and looked at her speechlessly. He sprinkled all the fish food in his hand before helping the woman up and consoling her. "If you have something to say, get up and say it. Why are you crying?" The woman didn't get up though and wailed, "Husband, if you don't agree to seek justice, this mistress will not get up." The fatty rubbed his forehead in headache and asked, "Did your brother cause some kind of trouble again? Didn't I give him the junior commander position last time? What do you want me to do this time?" The woman looked up and woefully replied, "Husband, how do you know that it's about Xianxia? Did someone tell you about it?" The fatty angrily rebuked, "Why would you come looking for me unless it's for your idiot brother? Tell me, what is it this time?" The woman couldn't let this rest. "Husband, you shouldn't blame Xianxia. He didn't cause trouble this time, rather someone else provoked him. The guards who went with him came back and told me that he was beaten by someone." The fatty coldly snorted. He was bound to be beaten sooner or later thanks to his shitty character. "I told you a long time ago that you should control him a little and prevent him from making trouble everywhere." The woman cried, "Xianxia didn't cause trouble this time. The guards said that someone named Xianxia bullied him. Not only did he beat Xianxia, but he also forced him to kneel in public by shattering his knees. His face was beaten so badly that he spat teeth." As she described her little brother's condition, she once again became despondent and couldn't stop crying. "Xianxia has been forced to kneel?" A sinister and ferocious look flashed across the fatty's face when he heard this. If Zhao Xianxia had just been thrashed, it would only mean that he was weaker than his opponent. But if he was being forced to kneel, that would be a complete humiliation. Regardless of his character, Zhao Xianxia was a Scarlet Star Junior Commander, and more importantly, his relative whether he liked it or not. Abusing Zhao Xianxia like this was tantamount to slapping his face. As Scarlet Star's fifth manager, how could he take this lying down? Seeing this, the woman quickly repeated what she had heard, of course after heavily embellishing the details. The fat man coldly snorted, "Good, you stay here. I'll go see who is so bold." After saying this, he went out, carrying his hands behind his back. At the same time, the woman behind him shouted aloud, "Husband, you must bring back Xianxia. If he met any kind of misfortune, I won't be able to live." I know. The fatty waved impatiently. After gathering his men, the fatty left his mansion and headed straight towards the inn. Within an incense stick of time, the fatty and his men had arrived at their destination. When he arrived at the door, the fatty saw his battered and bruised brother-in-law, Zhao Xianxia, kneeling on the ground. He also found 3 men and a woman in the room standing to the side while a man and a woman sat at a nearby table. The young man sitting on the chair was drinking wine calmly and leisurely, like he cared nothing about the world around him. The fatty paid no attention to the others, but when he saw the woman sitting, he couldn't help but frown. He had visited the Star City many times before, and as a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was naturally not some nameless character. Even if the higher-ups of Scarlet Star had never dealt with her personally, they all recognized her. In the outside world, the fatty wouldn't dare to provoke a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master willfully. After all, he was only a Fourth-Order Master. Although there was only a single order of difference between the two, there was a wide gap in their true strength. However, they were inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary now. The Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog suppressed and sealed all universes, so no matter what order of the Open Heaven realm they were outside, in this place their strength was greatly suppressed. When the fatty walked into the restaurant, the entire restaurant shook with his steps. Xianxia turned his head to look, and saw a plump ball of meat slowly approaching. Every time his foot landed on the ground, the entire building quaked. Xianxia's pupils couldn't help but shrink at the sight of this. He had never seen someone this fat in his entire life. This man's height and girth were basically identical. At first glance, he looked like a rolling ball of meat. His facial features were squeezed together because of all the fat, making it hard to distinguish them. Who in the world is he? Xianxia looked surprised. Yuhi knew that Yang Kai had been in retreat refining pills and knew nothing about the outside situation, so secretly informed him, he is Scarlet Star's fifth manager, Chen Tianfei. He cultivates some unique secret art and everyone calls him Fatty Chen Tian. Zhao Xingchen, who was kneeling on the ground, also noticed Chen Tianfei's arrival and was immediately overjoyed and shouted, brother-in-law, save me. While speaking, he struggled to get up. Did I tell you to get up? Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his wrist, shooting a beam of energy out. Zhao Xingchen immediately screamed and crashed to his knees once again as fresh blood spurted out of his thigh, unable to stand up anymore. Chen Tianfei kept approaching, but the fat on his face trembled a little as a cold gleam flickered across his long and narrow eyes. Very soon, Chen Tianfei arrived before the table and stood there like a mountain of meat, blocking all the light and giving everyone an invisible pressure. Meng Hong and the others couldn't help but be taken aback at the arrival of such a character. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. Brother-in-law, Zhao Xingchen miserably raised his head and looked at him pleadingly, his face filled with humiliation. Waste! Chen Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring. He placed the chair behind him and sat down. His chair appeared to be custom-made. It was very wide and incomparably strong. Ordinary chairs would not be able to take someone his weight and size. After being seated, Chen Tianfei leaned back on the chair and greeted, squinting his eyes. Lady Yuhi, it's been a long time. Manager Chen. Yuhi gave him an amiable smile. Chen Tianfei continued, Lady Yuhi, haven't you gone overboard a bit this time? You should have left a little room for negotiation, so as to not bring any harm to your companions. If my brother-in-law really did something stupid, it would have been fine to beat and scold him a little. Killing him would have been excessive, but making him kneel like this doesn't make sense either. Yuhi gazed at him and stated, pursing her lips into a smile. Manager Chan, you are speaking to the wrong person. This has nothing to do with me, it was all done by my young master. If you want to say something, you should speak to him. Young master. Chen Tianfei was shocked and now focused his gaze on Yang Kai. When he saw Yuhi here, he made a prejudgment that Yuhi was in charge. But he had never expected a young master to appear out of nowhere. This young man doesn't look like anything special. I really don't know why a Fifth Order Open Heaven Master is addressing him as young master. After pondering for a while, Chen Tianfei asked, May I ask little brother's name? Yang Kai smiled at him and introduced himself, Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei nodded lightly. So you're that Yang Kai? Previously, his concubine kept shouting about someone named Yang Kai beating his brother-in-law. Only now did he come to know that the assailant was sitting right before him. Does little brother Yang have anything to say to this king? Chen Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and asked, raising his eyebrows, What's there to talk about? Chen Tianfei's facial fat trembled. It looked as if he was smiling. You hurt someone under me, but instead of running away, you have been sitting here and waiting for this king. Doesn't it mean that you have something to say? His tone turned colder. Or is it that little brother doesn't take my Scarlet Star seriously, and feels that you can come and go freely in the Star City? If you were thinking along these lines, then you have made a big mistake. Yang Kai nodded lightly and stated, Manager Chin is quite easy to talk to. Then I won't beat around the bush either. Yang Kai's face turned serious as he continued, I want to join Scarlet Star. When Yuhi heard this, she turned her head and gazed at him in shock. Yang Kai never told her about any of this, and even Meng Hong and the others looked surprised. Chen Tianfei chuckled after hearing this. Join Scarlet Star? You injured my Scarlet Star's junior commander and have yet to give this king a satisfactory explanation, and now you want to join my Scarlet Star? Little brother, what do you think my Scarlet Star is? Manager Chen wants an explanation, right? Then I will give you an explanation. Yang Kai stated and raised his hand, gently pressing it towards Chen Tianfei. A doubtful look appeared on Fatty Chen Tian's face. He also raised his big fatty palm and pressed it towards the oncoming palm. The palms came into contact with each other silently and uneventfully, as if they just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai retracted his palm, picked up the glass of wine, and swirled it playfully. Qin Tianfei's plump figure trembled all of a sudden as the fat on his body rippled like waves and the chair under his heavy and plump but shattered into pieces. Afterward, Qin Tianfei's face turned redder as if he was being cooked from the inside. Steam even rose from the top of his head. Chen Tianfei let out a furious cry and stomped his foot on the ground, causing the floor of the restaurant to collapse. At the same time, a surge of heat gushed out from Chen Tianfei's pores along with a lot of sweat. In an instant, Chen Tianfei looked like he had been fished out of the water, drenched all over. Not only that, but his plump body also seemed to have shrunk by half, making his tight clothes a little loose. Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in horror as the fat on his face kept pulsating. Does Manager Chun find this explanation satisfactory? Yang Kai asked without so much as raising his head and looking at him. Chen Tianfei gazed at him deeply, and then turned his gaze at Zhao Xingchen, who had been kneeling there. And under Zhao Xingchen's desperate gaze, he nodded and stated, "It's enough. Brother-in-law." Zhao Xingchen's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to avenge him. Who knew that things would take such a turn? Chen Tianfei just said, "It's enough," and that was it. Where was his revenge? Perhaps he would not be able to wash today's shame for the rest of his life. "Shut up," Chen Tianfei coldly snorted. He took out another chair from his space ring with a wave of his hand, put it under his butt and stated, "Looking at you, Lady Yu-He, your young master is impressive. He has a bright future ahead of him." Yu-He smiled triumphantly, obviously. Chen Tianfei then turned his gaze at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, you have been waiting for me here just to join Scarlet Star, am I right?" "Indeed." Chen Tianfei asked, "Can I ask why?" "With little brother Yang's ability, you can roam freely in the grand ancient ruins boundary and have anything you want." "Why choose my Scarlet Star?" Yang Kai replied with a grin, "It's just a coincidence. There is no special intention behind this, but if you really want to know the reason I want to join, I want to find something. Scarlet Star has a lot of people, which will make it easy for me to find what I want." He had condensed his wood, fire, and earth elements. More importantly, he found the power of earth in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to find other open heaven materials while Scarlet Star happened to have no shortage of manpower and information. Just because of this? Qin Tianfei still couldn't believe it. Just because of this? Qin Tianfei looked at him seriously for a while. Afterward, he nodded and added, "I understand little brother Yang's intention, and Scarlet Star also welcomes the addition of someone as talented as you. This king can induct you into Scarlet Star. As for the position, how about the position of junior commander like Xingchen?" The kneeling Zhao Xingchen was dumbfounded after hearing this. The man who thrashed him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Scarlet Star by his brother-in-law himself, but was also given the position of junior commander. That would put Yang Kai on an equal footing with him. How can this be considered revenge? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Qin Tianfei with a shadow of a smile. Qin Tianfei asked curiously, "Are you not satisfied?" "Little brother Yang, I admit that you are pretty talented, but at the end of the day you have just joined Scarlet Star. You haven't made any contributions. The position of junior commander is already the very limit that this king can promote you to. It's absolutely impossible for me to advance you to the position of the great commander." He switched the topic of conversation. "But if Lady Yu-He wants to join Scarlet Star, the great commander post is open to her." Yu-He chuckled and remained non-committal. Scarlet Star had a few managers and the strongest of them were just on par with her, a fifth-order open heaven realm master, that's all. How could she be content with the position of great commander, listening to someone else's orders? "I don't want to be a junior commander, nor am I interested in being a great commander," Chen Tianfei asked in amazement. "Then what does little brother Yang want?" Yang Kai looked at him with shining eyes. "I want to be a manager of Scarlet Star." The moment he stated his demand, everyone was shocked. Even Yu-He looked at him in a daze, wondering whether she had heard it wrong. "You want to be a Scarlet Star manager?" Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He looked completely surprised, just like Yu-He, and wondered if he had heard incorrectly. He was already being very generous by offering Yang Kai the position of junior commander, but he had never expected this boy's appetite to be so big that he directly demanded the position of manager. Qin Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person, so he couldn't help but be a little outraged. Manager Chun thinks I'm not qualified? Yang Kai looked at him, squinting his eyes. Qin Tianfei replied with a serious look on his face. All 7 managers of my Scarlet Star are Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although you are pretty good, it still doesn't change the fact that you haven't reached the Open Heaven Realm. If we let you take the manager's post without sufficient strength, how would you be able to convince the public? Yang Kai stated, wagging his finger, there are no Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Grand Ancient Ruins, so talking about realm with me is pointless. Qin Tianfei quickly added, be that as it may, my Scarlet Star has never had a manager who had not reached the Open Heaven Realm since its founding. There are always exceptions, aren't there? Qin Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai as a faint glow slowly emerged from his body. But after a while, he burst into laughter. Little brother Yang, you are pretty ambitious. You have opened this king's eyes today. It's not impossible for you to be a Scarlet Star manager. But my Scarlet Star has its own rules. If you wish to be the 8th manager, you need to get the consent of 4 of the current managers. Then I'll request Manager Chun to take me to meet the other managers. Yang Kai smiled. Qin Tianfei narrowed his eyes and added with a smile, I can take you to them, but whether you can get their approval or not will depend on your own ability. But of course. Yang Kai gently nodded before standing up and assuming an inviting posture. Please. A reluctant and malicious smile slowly crept up on Qin Tianfei's face as he stood up and walked out. Yang Kai followed closely after him, with Yu He right behind him. The Great Moon Province disciples didn't dare to stay here either, and followed suit one after another. What are you doing? Yu He asked via divine sense, are you really going to meet Scarlet Star's managers? Of course. Otherwise, how will I get their approval? Yu He angrily rebuffed. Can't you see that fatty Qintian has something else in mind? You are venturing into a dragon's den. And even if you really become a manager of Scarlet Star, how will that benefit you? I really can't understand what's going through your mind. You'll know when the time comes, Yang Kai casually replied. Yu He asked with a snort. You really love chaos. I wonder how you survived until now. Of course, because this young master is blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai assumed a calm and composed stance. Yu He was outraged. She kept her anger aside though and quickly told him about everything she knew. Yu He might not have met Scarlet Star's 7 managers, but she had heard about them. For instance, Lady Qin was proficient in the Tao of music while Gan Hong was a master of assassination. Then there were the Ouyang twins, who had cultivated together since childhood and were both 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, allowing them to act as one body and one soul. They were extremely hard to deal with, to the point that even Yu He would find it stressful if she ran into them outside. In addition to these 4, there was also Bei Yushan, who possessed extreme physical strength. Du Nyangzi, whose entire body was poisonous, was not a woman to be trifled with. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters that were in the same realm as her had tragically died at her hands. Counting Qin Tianfei, the managers of the Scarlet Star could be said to each have unique skills, and none of them could be offended easily. As of the head manager of Scarlet Star, rumor had it that he had been trying to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but no one had heard about him for many years. No one knew whether he had succeeded or not, but if he had, he would become a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the proprietress. Even Yu He would have run as far away from him as possible if she were confronted by him. Yu He kept chattering all the way, instilling all the information she had into Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai silently memorized every piece of information. Very soon everyone arrived before an audience hall. The door of the audience hall was extremely thick and was about 100 meters tall. Qin Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door, which opened a little with a creaking sound. Little brother Yang, please come in. Almost all my Scarlet Star's managers are inside. Qin Tianfei assumed an inviting gesture with an inscrutable smile on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him before exhorting Yu He and the others, you guys wait outside. Saying so, he headed inside. Yu He promptly appeared at his side, I'll go with you. How could she let Yang Kai go into the dragon's den all by himself? She had already decided to advance and retreat together with him, so naturally she had no reason to back down now. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that their strength was insufficient. Even if they followed Yang Kai inside, they would likely be more of a burden than a help. So they all stood at the door, obediently waiting. The heavy door closed again, blocking the inside view from outsiders. The huge hall was completely dark, and the moment the door shut, some clanking sounds echoed as masses of flames lit up everywhere. The flickering light of the flames revealed some figures sitting on the chairs around the hall, creating shadows that danced like a group of devils. The atmosphere of the entire hall had turned dark and gloomy at this moment as well. There weren't that many people in the hall. Apart from Yang Kai and Yu He, there were only 5 others in total, each sitting on their respective seats. Chen Tianfei's figure shook as he arrived next to another empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly echoed in the empty hall. "Fatty Chen, is this the brat who wants to be my Scarlet Star's next manager? After listening to such nonsense, you brought him here just like that." Not only did the woman's voice sound sweet, but it also carried with it a pleasant scent, making anyone who sniffed it have a sweet taste in their mouth. Poison. Yuhi's face slightly changed as a 5-colored film suddenly appeared over the surface of her body, protecting and isolating her from the surroundings. She looked around and found that the speaker was a petite woman. She appeared to be 17 or 18 years old and looked quite cute and obedient, but Yuhi recognized her at a glance. She was Du Nyangzi of Scarlet Star, only she could display such a marvelous poisonous technique. Du Nyangzi was just a 4th-order open heaven realm master, but using just her terrifying poison, she had once killed a 5th-order, 2 4th-order, and 3 3rd-order open heaven realm masters. She had become famous after that incident, and no one dared to underestimate this charming woman who seemed to remain perpetually young. Yuhi looked over at Yang Kai with worry, but saw that he was completely fine. Not only was he not showing any signs of being poisoned, but he was also looking at Du Nyangzi with interest. She couldn't help but wonder how Yang Kai was resisting her poison. Yuhi didn't know about the extremely rich dragon blood flowing through Yang Kai's body. The dragon clan had a strong resistance towards all forms of poison, not to mention the poison technique secretly cast by Du Nyangzi. Even if he swallowed her most potent poison, he would not be in any trouble at all. What's more, Yang Kai had also condensed his wood element from the essence of the immortal tree and his fire element from the golden crow's true fire. Even if a little poison managed to enter his system, it would be easily eliminated by these 2 energies. When Du Nyangzi spoke, Chen Tianfei chuckled. "Don't underestimate little brother Yang. This king suffered a bit of loss at his hands just recently. If this king's guess is right, he has condensed a 6th-order fire element. Only a 6th-order fire element power could make him suffer when he received Yang Kai's palm. Under that palm, Chen Tianfei felt a scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to expel it. Of course, Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have mistakenly judged it as 6th order. 6th order fire element. As soon as this was brought to light, the Scarlet Star managers were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6th order fire element showed how impressive Yang Kai's abilities were. Most people couldn't bear the pressure of a 6th-order open heaven material. More importantly, 6th-order materials were invaluable and priceless enough for all open heaven realm masters to compete for them. Generally, only those who belonged to top forces were qualified to condense 6th-order materials. "Little boy, you're quite ambitious." Du Nyangzi couldn't help but re-examine Yang Kai. "Are you trying to reach the 6th-order open heaven realm?" Yang Kai grinned at her, showing his white fangs. "First one." "What first one?" Du Nyangzi furrowed her brow. She had a bad premonition, as if she was being targeted by a poisonous snake, which made her hair stand on end. "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's just kill him and get it over with. How dare he disdain my Scarlet Star? A trivial Emperor realm trash shamelessly wants to be my Scarlet Star's manager? Ridiculous." From a seat on the right, an icy voice came from an ethereal figure. There was someone sitting there, but it looked like a constantly distorting shadow, making it extremely difficult to see his face. Even his voice was erratic. He was none other than Gan Hong, the one Yuhi mentioned was proficient in assassination. "Second one." Yang Kai nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, reverberating in the hall. "Is there something wrong with your head, brat?" "What first one, second one?" Yang Kai ignored this voice and looked at Chen Tianfei, asking, "Manager Chen, it's different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss my admission into Scarlet Star and making me a manager? These managers don't seem to be very keen on it. Chen Tianfei looked at him with a smile and replied, "That's right, but this king said before it that if you want to be a Scarlet Star manager, you need the approval of 4 managers at the very least. But now it seems that no one agrees with this idea. Furthermore, since ancient times, Scarlet Star has only ever had 7 managers. We really don't have an extra seat for you to sit on. So, I'm afraid that you will have to give up on this idea." If Yang Kai had agreed to be a junior commander, Chen Tianfei would more than welcome it. Having someone as strong as Yang Kai under him would also be good news for Chen Tianfei. He could naturally forget about Yang Kai beating Zhao Xingqin in the face of such benefits. However, Yang Kai's audacity and greed were higher than the heavens themselves. He didn't even place any importance on a junior commander or great commander position and wanted to stand on equal footing with Scarlet Star's true leaders. How could Chen Tianfei agree to such a thing? He invited Yang Kai here to lure him into a trap. Now that the Scarlet Star managers were gathered here and the spirit array of the hall had been activated, Yang Kai could not escape. He didn't need to pretend to be polite and compliant now. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "I understand what Manager Chen means. You mean to say that Scarlet Star will always only have 7 managers?" "You can say that." Chen Tianfei slightly smiled. "That makes things easy." Yang Kai also grinned. "I just have to kill one of you and take his or her seat." Just as he stated this, he kicked the ground as he flew towards Dunyangzi like a great pong spreading its wings. Yang Kai was decisive in his actions, acting the moment he declared his intentions. No one had expected him to be so ruthless. Everyone thought that Yang Kai's hands and feet would be tied here, leaving him at their mercy. His life and death would be completely up to them. No one had thought that he would be first to launch an assault. Impudence! Preposterous! Everyone angrily shouted as they flew off their seats one after another. Especially Gan Hong. The moment his figure moved, he disappeared into the darkness in a flash. The Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting still like a mountain, also moved swiftly. Their auras became connected, giving the impression that they had turned into one person, mutually strengthening one another. Chen Tianfei's plump and round body bounced like a ball, flying straight at Yang Kai. Dong dong dong. The towering Bei Yushan strode forward, shaking the hall every time his feet touched the ground. His body suddenly grew to more than 20 meters tall, and his muscles radiated a tremendous might. He stood right before Dunyangzi like a hill and smiled wickedly at Yang Kai before throwing a punch at him. A boom reverberated inside the hall, deafening everyone's ears. Bei Yushan's punch was so strong that it could shatter a mountain. In front of everyone's disbelieving eyes, though, instead of trying to dodge or evade, Yang Kai threw a punch of his own, meeting fist to fist with his enemy. Yuhi's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "Be careful!" She was anxious like an ant on a hot walk. She had informed Yang Kai before that Bei Yushan was born with great innate strength that could crush mountains. How could Yang Kai be thinking of taking this punch head-on? Wasn't that tantamount to bringing disgrace to himself? The others couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of this. Among the managers of Scarlet Star, Bei Yushan was the strongest in terms of pure physical power. He had a special constitution, giving him innate brute strength comparable to exotic beasts. Within the same realm, no one could block his punch. Not to mention that he was a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, and Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm Junior. Although there were no Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Grand Ancient Ruins, and Bei Yushan was unable to exert his full strength here, he still had his foundation. An ant couldn't compete with an elephant in physical strength, could it? It was simply an impossible feat. Only now did Chen Tianfei realize how headstrong and unyielding Yang Kai was. He had gone to such great lengths to bring Yang Kai here, but it seems he was acting too cautiously. Had he known this would happen, he would not have bothered coming up with such an elaborate scheme. All kinds of thoughts flashed across everyone's mind as the remaining Scarlet Star managers abruptly stopped, watching patiently. It looked like they could all predict what would happen next. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out. What happened after the clash made everyone's face twitch violently. When the two fists clashed with each other, it wasn't the smaller Yang Kai who was sent flying. but the 20 meters tall Bei Yushan. His enormous body flew out like a sack and crashed straight into the rear wall, creating a huge indent. At the same time, the entire hall quaked violently. Yang Kai's figure just shook a little before he continued charging forward without losing any momentum. Impossible! Chun Tianfei almost bit his tongue off in shock. His long and big eyes were narrow because of all the fat on his body, but they were now widened bigger than a bull's eyes. What he was seeing had simply subverted his expectations. He simply couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Lady Qin also lost their wits. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived within 100 meters of Du Nyangzi, grinning from ear to ear. Apparently, Du Nyangzi had failed to realize her predicament, as her thoughts had been thrown into chaos. When she came to her senses, Yang Kai's grim smile was right in front of her face. Her expression involuntarily changed as she promptly opened her mouth and breathed a pink mist at him. At the same time, she shattered the chair behind her as she retreated back. The mist was extremely poisonous. Even an open heaven realm master would not be able to resist it if he or she was struck. If one couldn't remove the poison in time, they would be reduced to a pool of pus. Yang Kai charged straight into the mist, however, his body swaying slightly the next moment. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. Du Nyangzi couldn't stop giggling. Boy, I have to hand it to you. You actually sent that brute flying. But this great ant soul-devouring smog isn't so easy to deal with. You can slowly enjoy the pain of your soul melting. Just as she stated this, though, her eyes widened in shock as she stared in Yang Kai's direction in horror. Inside the pink smog, Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a deep breath, directly inhaling like a whale swallowing water. Afterward, he looked towards Du Nyangzi as his eyes glowed with a dazzling light, shaking Du Nyangzi's soul. Du Nyangzi couldn't help but scream as her tender figure rapidly fled back. Where do you think you are going? Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched his hand towards her before clenching it. The next moment, space principle fluctuations undulated as Yang Kai caught Du Nyangzi by her slender neck, ignoring the distance between the two, and slowly pulled her before him. Du Nyangzi struggled hard, but the big hand that had grabbed her neck remained unmoving. Suddenly, Du Nyangzi's figure exploded with a bang as poisonous liquid flew everywhere, splashing all over Yang Kai. Immediately after, sizzling sounds echoed in the hall as Yang Kai's clothes melted away, revealing his slender yet well-proportioned muscles. In addition, there was a film of khaki light over the surface of his body. When Du Nyangzi's highly toxic poison splashed on this khaki film, it was unable to corrode it at all and just slid down it. Du Nyangzi's reconstituted figure stared at Yang Kai in horror. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of had no effect on this boy. Earth element power. Yui covered her mouth in shock and murmured to herself, looking at the khaki-colored aura around Yang Kai. If memory serves me right, Yang Kai told me a few months back that he had only condensed his wood and fire elements, so where did this power of earth come from? And it seems to be of high order as well. Otherwise, how could it resist Du Nyangzi's poison so easily? She couldn't help but think about the time when Yang Kai had disappeared in the Crouching Dragon Mountains for 20 days. Could it be that he condensed his power of earth during that time? Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Yang Kai stared coldly at Du Nyangzi. Du Nyangzi's pupils immediately dilated. She was so horrified that she couldn't even speak. She was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison she was proud of had no effect on Yang Kai, leaving her without any other options. My turn. Yang Kai cruelly smiled as he stretched out and pinched Du Nyangzi's cherry-red lips. Afterward, he brought his head closer to her, and under her terrified gaze, he took a deep breath as his chest and abdomen ballooned. Fire dragons. Flaming breath. Yang Kai spat out a scorching hot jet of flame straight into Du Nyangzi's body from less than an arm's length away. Naturally, it was the Golden Crow's true fire. Du Nyangzi instantly started screaming in pain, writhing left and right, but she couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grip. All the poison on her body splashed out randomly, but Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge or evade it. He let the poison fall on him while depending on his power of earth to defend himself. Stop! Chen Tianfei shouted as his round and plump body turned into a ball of meat, slamming straight at Yang Kai. The others also violently attacked Yang Kai at that moment. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smog earlier, they all thought that everything was settled. Yang Kai was going to die for sure, and they instantly relaxed. But they had never thought that their brief moment of laxity would result in Du Nyangzi's capture. How could they dare to hesitate any longer? In the blink of an eye, Chun Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, charged straight at Yang Kai. Each of them summoned their artifact or used secret technique to attack Yang Kai. Ho! Beastly roars suddenly resounded through the hall as two enormous figures, one red and one black, appeared out of thin air. One breathed fearsome flames to defend against the enemies, while the other spattered toxic and sticky mucus everywhere, forcing the Scarlet Star managers to flee. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had taken the stage. The two 300-meter-long exotic beasts coiled around Yang Kai, guarding him with an airtight defense. All the oncoming attacks were blocked by the two exotic beasts. Chen Tianfei and the others were immediately flabbergasted. Yang Kai still continued to breathe flames at Du Nyangzi, whose screams were gradually becoming hoarse. She was staring at Yang Kai with a pleading look in her eyes. Unfortunately for her, Yang Kai remained unmoved. Suddenly, sonorous and melodious chimes rang out as if someone was plucking the strings of a guqin. When these chimes entered everyone's ears, they found themselves in an illusion, making them uneasy. It was none other than Lady Qin, who had taken out her guqin at some point and plucked its strings with her soft and tender hands gently, creating invisible sound attacks. Yuhi let out a light snort and arrived before Yang Kai in a flash. She summoned her little flower umbrella and twirled it. The next moment, ripples emerged from the umbrella one after another, spreading into the surrounding. The melodious and sonorous zither music immediately became discordant, causing Lady Qin's pretty face to involuntarily sink. With the two exotic beasts on the defense and Yuhi blocking the front, Scarlet Star managers couldn't do anything at all. They wanted to rescue Du Nyangzi, but they couldn't find any openings. All they could do was helplessly watch Du Nyangzi suffer miserably, much to their frustration. The sharp screams slowly became faint before they ceased to exist. Du Nyangzi's vitality had disappeared into thin air in just a dozen breaths. The next moment, Yang Kai shut his mouth, cutting off the scorching flames. As he shook Du Nyangzi a little, her body jiggled left and right as if she had no bones left. And along with all the shaking, bloody foam flowed out of her 7 orifices, along with her internal organs. First one. Yang Kai threw Du Nyangzi's corpse aside as if he was throwing away a piece of garbage. The hall sank into complete silence. The Scarlet Star manager's eyes fiercely trembled as their gaze alternated between Yang Kai and Du Nyangzi's corpse. They couldn't believe that Du Nyangzi, who had been with them for hundreds of years, actually died just like that. Moreover, she died a miserable death at the hands of an Emperor Realm Jr. If they were outside, Yang Kai wouldn't have been Du Nyangzi's opponent at all, as she was a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Not to mention a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if he was up against a 1st-order or 2nd-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he would have to escape at the first sight of them. But the special environment of the Grant Ancient Ruins boundary allowed Yang Kai to flaunt his skill before these Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes in their bodies were suppressed and sealed, making it impossible for them to mobilize their world force. As such, killing these Open Heaven Realm Masters was now as easy as killing Emperor Realm cultivators. In the hall with the flickering flames, Yang Kai's cold and piercing voice chilled the hearts of the Scarlet Star managers. Only now did everyone realize what Yang Kai meant by first one. Du Nyangzi was the first to offend Yang Kai, resulting in her being the first to be killed. If there was the first, then there was a second. Suddenly, a light clang rang and sparks flew about as Gan Hong's figure mysteriously appeared beside Yang Kai out of thin air, slashing diagonally at him with the curved blade in his hand. The power of earth around Yang Kai's body was unable to block this attack completely, allowing Gan Hong's sharp blade to leave a long gash on Yang Kai's waist, drawing fresh blood from the cut. However, Gan Hong, who had finally appeared again, looked stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. That was because his attack didn't have the intended effect. A forearm-length gash might appear terrifying, but his sneak attack should have cut Yang Kai in two. When his curved blade cut through Yang Kai's body, Gan Hong instantly realized that the physique of this young man was unreasonably strong and firm. Yang Kai's sturdy body could actually withstand his attack that could even split the heavens and the earth. Horrified, Gan Hong's figure flickered as it disappeared into the darkness once again, immediately retreating. His concealment technique was unparalleled, so even a master who was 1 or 2 orders higher than him might be unable to track him. While he was making a quick retreat, his eyes happened to meet Yang Kai's gaze, and the next moment, his heart clenched as he saw a golden vertical pupil suddenly appear in Yang Kai's left eye. The sight was extremely daunting. Under the gaze of this golden pupil, Gan Hong couldn't help but feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him. The next moment, he saw a ghastly smile creep up on Yang Kai's lips, who raised his hand and summoned a long spear into his grasp. However, Gan Hong failed to notice Yang Kai's next move. All he saw was a spear coming at him as its sharp tip rapidly enlarged in his vision. The murderous intent emanating from the tip of the spear made his soul shudder. Gan Hong's face turned pale and he promptly raised his curved blade to parry the oncoming thrust. With a deafening clap, Gan Hong felt a tremendous force passing through the curved blade as his skinny figure was sent flying. In a flash, he felt like a boat caught in a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Gan Hong shouted as his concealment technique was disrupted, "Save me!" At the same time, a figure hurriedly rushed towards Chun Tianfei. Chun Tianfei's facial fat twitched wildly at the sight of this, and he secretly cursed Gan Hong for putting him in danger. However, he really couldn't just sit by and not save the latter. Chun Tianfei's figure transformed into a ball of meat as it rolled straight towards Yang Kai, carrying an unstoppable momentum with him. The Ouyang brothers' aura became interlinked with each other. One controlled fire and the other controlled ice, creating an ice-fire attack that flew straight at Yang Kai. In response, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's figure moved to block them. Lady Qin plucked her Guqin strings once again, but the sound attack was blocked by Yuhi. The two women were locked in a heated contest. As for the Earth Dragon, its mouth chomped as it sprayed sticky mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan might have the strength to flip mountains, but facing this exotic beast that was like a slippery loach, he was having a difficult time as he was unable to break the Earth Dragon's defense. The entire hall was in chaos as various kinds of energy were wreaking havoc. Chen Tianfei hurriedly shouted, "Little brother Yang, please stop, we can talk about this. Whatever there is to talk about, we can do it later." Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile. Looking at the ball of meat rolling towards him with unparalleled force, he thrust his spear straight towards it. The next moment, a black ball appeared on the tip of the spear before shooting ahead as terrifying space principle fluctuations undulated. A deafening explosion rang out as space shattered, forcing Chun Tianfei back. Every time he stepped back, his plump body shrank visibly. His clothes started to become loose and oversized as his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he was just pulled out of the ocean. After finally regaining his footing, Fatty Chen Tian looked like an ordinary-sized man, the only difference being that his face was extremely pale. When he looked around, his now thin face couldn't help but twitch, because he saw that Gan Hong had already been pushed to the wall and was unable to retreat anymore. A panicked look on his face. Yang Kai's eyes shone with brilliance as he thrust out his spear. Gan Hong shouted in horror. He was an open heaven realm master, but in the ancient ruins boundary, he couldn't display his full strength. He couldn't be any more vexed. He mustered up all the strength he could bring out and poured it into the curved blade in his hand before hacking down. Immediately after, a peerless sword aura shot straight at Yang Kai like a torrential river. However, the Azure Dragon Spear shattered through the curved blade before a light squishing sound rang out. The next moment, it was as if time had frozen. Chun Tianfei's brow twitched hard as he stared at the scene painted on the wall, feeling as bitter and frustrated as if he had eaten bitter gourd. The Ouyang brothers also stopped moving together while Lady Qin stopped playing her zither. Bei Yushan also turned to look. To everyone's surprise, on the tip of Yang Kai's spear hung a somewhat scrawny figure. It was none other than Gan Hong. The Azure Dragon Spear had pierced through Gan Hong's chest and out his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and lifted it up high. His current stance made him look like a figure from legend, causing the remaining Scarlet Star manager's eyes to tremble in disbelief. "Ku!" Ganhong lightly coughed and spurted blood before he warned with difficulty. "If you kill me, head manager will not let you off." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a grin. "Are those your last words?" Ganhong's eyes widened as he roared. "You dare!" Yang Kai shook his arm a little as violent energy passed along the Azure Dragon Spear, invading Ganhong's body and wreaking havoc. Ganhong let out miserable screams, but only for 3 breaths before falling silent. Yang Kai's grim and ghastly voice reverberated the next moment. "See whether I dare or not." Yang Kai flicked his spear, but not a single drop of blood spilled. Afterwards, he turned around and looked at the remaining managers, smiling slightly as he casually commented, "Second one." Lady Qin's finger trembled, accidentally plucking the string as an ethereal chime echoed in the hall. The Ouyang brothers' faces turned cold, whereas a tight frown appeared on Bei Yushan's brow. Qin Tianfei was drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Manager Qin, you look much better now." Yang Kai was being honest. Chen Tianfei looked handsome in his thin state, but because he cultivated some strange secret art, he had to maintain his fat body. Now that all of his fat had disappeared, he had regained his handsome and elegant appearance. Chen Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry in the face of Yang Kai's teasing, wearing a complicated look on his face. Yang Kai looked around as he rested his spear on his shoulders and stated, "Manager Chan just said that Scarlet Star only ever has 7 managers, and there aren't any seats available for me. Fortunately, there are seats available now, and I want one of them. Do you have any objections?" No one answered. In fact, no one dared to speak at will. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that Yang Kai would attack again. After this battle, the Scarlet Star managers realized that this boy was a complete lunatic. He wasn't even afraid of challenging Open Heaven Realm Masters when he was just an Emperor Realm Junior. More importantly, though, a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters were beaten black and blue by him. If word about this incident got out, they would not be able to lift their heads in public ever again. "This is your territory, so we will follow your rules." Manager Chen also said before that if I want to be a manager of Scarlet Star, I need the approval of 4 or more current managers. So ladies and gentlemen, please state your opinion. Do you agree or disagree? Chen Tianfei and the others were filled with unspoken criticism after hearing this. "So you know you are on our turf?" Although they had hearts full of complaints, they had no choice but to give it a serious thought. Both Du Nyangzi and Ganhong were dead. Although they had some friendship with these two, it wasn't deep enough for them to seek revenge against this madman who could easily kill the 2 of them. Furthermore, Yang Kai's combat power was quite terrifying. If they could really have him as a Scarlet Star manager, it would greatly benefit Scarlet Star. So, after some pondering for a moment, Chen Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and declare, "I agree." Melodious chimes of zither rang as Lady Qin agreed with a smile. "I agree too." The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded their consents. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head. He looked at Du Nyangzi's corpse and agreed in a humming voice. "Then, I agree too." Chen Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and welcomed Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, welcome to Scarlet Star. Everyone will be one family from now on. There will be times when we will have to rely on you. Please don't refuse." Yang Kai calmly smiled. "Very good." The nearby Yu he suddenly stated, "I also want to be a Scarlet Star manager." Seeing everyone turn their gaze at her, Yu he assumed a stance that said that it was a matter of course. "Your Scarlet Star is short of 2 managers, can't I make up the number?" Chen Tianfei blinked his eyes in dumbfoundedness before agreeing with a smile. "Of course, you are very welcome." They had been trying to make Yu he join Scarlet Star for some time now, but she had always been ambiguous with her responses. Now, she was asking to join Scarlet Star of her own accord, so why would they refuse? And as she had brutally mentioned, Scarlet Star was short of 2 managers, so they needed to fill the numbers. Not to mention, Yuhi herself was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, someone stronger than Chen Tianfei and the others, making her more than qualified. After the fight, 2 top positions in Scarlet Star had changed hands. Yang Kai and Yuhi joined Scarlet Star as the 6th and 7th manager respectively. Even though the others weren't exactly happy about this situation, their strength had indeed been boosted. Chun Tianfei and the others could also accept this result. Now that Yang Kai was a manager of Scarlet Star, he didn't need to act wantonly arrogant anymore. Yang Kai straightened his clothes, put away the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, and started chatting with Chen Tianfei and the others. After a while, Yang Kai asked, "What about the head manager? I'm a new member of Scarlet Star, don't I have to greet him?" Chen Tianfei smiled lightly. "Head manager is in retreat year-round. Even we don't see him often, so why would he care about overseeing us? If the opportunity presents itself, I will introduce Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He couldn't help but be a little curious about Scarlet Star's head manager. He didn't participate in this fight at all, like a hidden dragon that shows its tail but never its face. Who knew if it was as he had said, that he was trying to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm? Outside the audience hall, the Great Moon Province disciples were waiting with bated breath. They were surrounded by a few Scarlet Star cultivators who were glaring at them, their gazes filled with malicious intent. Meng Hong and the others felt like they were on pins and needles, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall remained closed, so they had no idea what was going on inside. Be that as it may, Meng Hong could vaguely tell that Yang Kai and Yuhi had definitely entered a dragon's den. Just when Meng Hong and the others were feeling restless, the door of the main hall suddenly opened wide. Meng Hong was startled and hurriedly raised his head to look. However, what he saw next blew his mind away. Yang Kai walked right out of the door in the lead, with Yuhi closely following behind him. Furthermore, a handsome and kind-looking middle-aged man was accompanying them. The middle-aged man was quite strange, as his clothes were quite loose and his face was a little pale, but he was still maintaining a smile. When they arrived before everyone, the middle-aged man finally spoke. "Sixth manager, seventh manager, please stay at your previous inn for a few days while I arrange things here. I will notify you when I am done. Then you can move in. If you have any requests, feel free to let me know and I will ask someone to meet them." Yang Kai smiled and stated, "Do as you see fit. I don't have any special requests." The middle-aged man replied, "Then this Chun will look after the arrangements. If sixth and seventh managers don't like them, they can always be changed. Many thanks, Manager Chen." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement before calling Meng Hong and the others over and walking off towards the inn. After they had traveled a fair distance, Meng Hong couldn't hold his curiosity and finally asked to confirm his guess. "Brother Yang, was that Chen Tianfei of Scarlet Star?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. Meng Hong was quite surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he fat before? Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile and replied, "Of course he was beaten to the point he lost weight. His foundation is damaged now. Who knows how long it will take for him to recover. He became thin from being beaten." The Great Moon Province disciples looked at each other in confusion. They thought that Chun Tianfei was beaten to this point by Yuhi. Imagining a great battle between two equal opponents must have happened in the hall. Otherwise, why would Chun Tianfei be following her and Yang Kai so mildly? "What's this sixth and seventh manager about?" Meng Hong asked in confusion. Yang Kai replied, "Yuhi and I have joined Scarlet Star. We will be managers from now on." Joined Scarlet Star? Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard Yang Kai mention being a Scarlet Star manager at the inn, but he didn't expect for it to come true and so quickly. Nevertheless, it was good news for them. Yang Kai and Yuhi could provide them with better shelter as Scarlet Star managers. Meng Hong sighed in admiration, looking at Yang Kai, who had joined the top echelons of Scarlet Star as an Emperor Realm cultivator. When he compared himself with Yang Kai, how he couldn't even make the woman he had a crush on love him back, and how she gave herself to another man instead for a better sense of security. Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad and ashamed. Yang Kai could tell what was going through his head with one look at his state, but he had no idea how to comfort Meng Hong. All he could do was pat him on the shoulder. When they returned to the inn, Zhao Xingchun was nowhere to be found. The entire inn was in shambles and the manager of the inn was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself. When he saw Yang Kai and the others return alive though, his eyes involuntarily widened. Everyone else returned to their room while Yuhi ran to Yang Kai's room and sat at his table, resting her cheek on her palm and staring at Yang Kai with an obsessed look on her face. Yang Kai completely ignored her. In his opinion, she was completely crazy and it was better not to provoke her. But Yang Kai was a little concerned about one thing, so he couldn't help but ask, "Didn't Scarlet Star have 7 managers? There were 7 people in the hall though, right? Together with their head manager, wouldn't that make it 8 people? Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Lady Qin altogether made it 5, and including Gan Hong and Du Nyangzi who were killed, it was 7. Yuhi pursed her lips into a cute smile. The Ouyang brothers advance and retreat together as one soul in 2 bodies, so they are always considered as one. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. "I have a question too." Yuhi suddenly turned around and sat at the edge of the bed. A sweet and seductive smell wafted from her as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "What is it?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Yuhi asked, "Have you already condensed your earth element?" "Yes. I knew it." Yuhi softly sighed. She had guessed that the defensive shield around Yang Kai's body was created by his earth element, but it was confirmed at this moment. "Did you get it from the Crouching Dragon Mountains?" After thinking about it, she realized the only time Yang Kai had a chance to condense his earth element was during the 20 days he went missing back in the Crouching Dragon Mountain range. It was just that she couldn't understand what he had found. "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "7th order," Yuhi asked nonchalantly, staring straight at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes, too lazy to answer her. Yuhi sighed and continued, "I guess you didn't listen to my warning. Do you know that you are digging your own grave?" Yang Kai snappily responded, "If you have something to say, speak up. I'm just gathering my 5 elements. How is that the same as digging my own grave?" Yuhi opened her lips, but stopped just when she was about to speak. Finally, she looked away and muttered, "When you leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, you can ask Lan Yu Rua. If she wants to tell you, she will naturally tell you. If she doesn't want to, come to me then." Then she switched the conversation topic and sternly warned, "Let me repeat it again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th order open heaven realm materials. Otherwise, no one in the entire 3,000 worlds can guarantee your life, not even Lan Yu Rua." Saying so, she swiftly left the room. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Yuhi had warned him about this before, but she always spoke vaguely. There appeared to be some unspeakable secret about this subject. Yang Kai was filled with doubts, wondering what was so dangerous about what he was doing. Yuhi only thought that he had refined 7th order open heaven realm materials, but if she knew that he had actually gathered stronger elements, she would definitely go crazy. Yang Kai didn't completely trust Yuhi, but he could tell that she held no malice towards him. "I guess I have to ask proprietress after leaving this Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Scarlet Star's management was very efficient, and in just 2 days, Chen Tianfei had already arranged Yang Kai's new mansion. He personally came to the inn to guide Yang Kai and Yuhi to their residences. After all, they were the 6th and 7th managers of Scarlet Star now. If they continued living in a common inn, it would be detrimental to Scarlet Star's face. The mansion was big and its location was good. It wasn't any worse than the other managers' homes. Chen Tianfei led Yang Kai and Yuhi around the mansion and introduced its facilities. After a while, they arrived at a hall where the host and guests took their seats, while maids served them tea and water. Chen Tianfei sat right below the host's seat, smiling brightly. "Are the 2 of you satisfied with the mansion? If you aren't, just inform this Chen and I will have the adjustments made to your specifications." In just 2 days, he had gained a lot of weight already, so the fat on his face shook when he smiled. Yang Kai nodded and replied, "Manager Chen is thoughtful. Everything is perfectly fine." As far as he was concerned, this mansion was just a temporary stopover. There was no need to be too particular about it. Chen Tianfei responded, "That's good." Saying so, he lightly coughed and clapped his hands. "Come in." 2 people walked in immediately, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was limping when he walked. He was none other than Zhao Xingchen, who had his knees broken by Yang Kai before. Obviously, he had taken some precious pills over these 2 days. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to heal so quickly. When he saw Zhao Xingchen, Meng Hong, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, had no change in his expression. But when he saw the woman, a complicated look inevitably appeared on his face. The woman was none other than Qinyu. The two walked in one after the other. Zhao Xingqian had a flattering smile on his face while Qinyu was staring at her feet. Her hair was hanging over her head, covering her face. Only the heavens knew what kind of expression was on her face at the moment. Greetings, 6th manager, 7th manager. Zhao Xingqian's face was still slightly bruised and several of his teeth were missing, so when he spoke, his words were a little slurred. At this moment, he possessed none of the arrogance he had 2 days ago. He put a smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and assumed a flattering stance. Yu also elegantly bowed and greeted in a mosquito voice. Greetings, sir and madam. Yang Kai looked at Chen Tianfei with a shadow of a smile. Brother Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chen Tianfei replied solemnly. 6th manager. This brat had eyes but failed to see and offended you before. Although you have taught him a lesson, in the end he is still guilty of offending you. My Scarlet Star has strict rules and anyone who dares to go against their superior deserves severe punishment. Today, I made this brat come and apologize to you. Whether you want to kill him or cripple him is your choice. This king won't interfere. His words were quite eloquent, making him appear just and fair. Zhao Xingqian was startled after hearing this and immediately looked at him and cried pitifully, brother-in-law. You still have the gall to call me brother-in-law. Chen Tianfei coldly snorted, this king has lost all face thanks to you. I told you a long time ago not to use your status as a junior commander to cause trouble. I told you that there is always someone better than you, but you didn't believe me. You bastard. You are lucky that you ran into 6th manager who showed you mercy. If it was someone more ruthless, you would have died many times already. He then turned to Yang Kai and proclaimed, 6th manager, I will leave him to you. If you want to kill him, you can do so. I, Chen Tianfei, won't stop you. Saying so, he really closed his eyes, giving the impression that his heart would not grieve for what he couldn't see. Zhao Xingqian was horrified. Realizing that he could not count on Chen Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg Yang Kai, 6th manager, please spare me. I must have been possessed at the time and failed to see the truth, offending 6th manager which deserves capital punishment. This waste has learned his lesson and will never repeat this mistake again. 6th manager, please spare me. While begging, he kept kowtowing again and again. After a few moments, he started bleeding from the spot on his head that was banging against the floor. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, only declaring after a good while, Commander Zhao, there is no grudge between you and I. Even if there is, you have just offended this king, and this king broke your legs in return. The matter is settled. If you want to live, it's not me that you should beg. Zhao Xingqian was startled when he heard this. But the next moment, he realized what Yang Kai meant and quickly acted upon it. He turned to Meng Hong and squeezed a smile as he sadly begged, Brother Meng. Zhao Xingqian's mournful cries pulled the absent-minded Meng Hong back to reality. He looked up and saw Zhao Xingqian looking at him, pitifully and pleadingly. He couldn't help but recall how he bluntly spoke and showed off the day before yesterday. Suddenly, he had mixed feelings. He knew that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to avenge himself, so he glanced at him gratefully. Be that as it may, Zhao Xingqian wasn't bowing to him because of Meng Hong's own strength, and he had already made peace with the fact that the woman he loved had already become someone else's. Meng Hong had no intention of getting entangled with him, so there was an indifferent look on his face like his interest had worn out. Zhao Xingqian continued in trepidation. Brother Meng, please let me off on account of the many times we've helped each other in the past. This Zhao knows his mistake and will never repeat it. Meng Hong still remained silent. He just kept staring at him indifferently, as if he was watching a clown's performance. The two remaining Great Moon Province disciples, on the other hand, were outraged. One of them stepped forward and cursed angrily, shameless bastard, you and our eldest senior brother called each other brothers, but you seduced our eldest senior brother's woman behind his back, and you still have the gall to beg for mercy now. He then looked at Meng Hong and shouted, Eldest senior brother. Let me kill him. Zhao Xingqian was shocked. Before he came, Chen Tianfei had told him that it was up to him whether he lived or died. Chen Tianfei had told him that he couldn't afford to offend the new 6th manager. Yang Kai had personally killed Du Nyangzi and gone Hong back in the main hall with minimal effort. If Zhao Xingqian really got into trouble, Chen Tianfei would be like a clay idol fording the river, hardly able to save himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingchen follow Chen Tianfei here and apologize? If the other party made his move, he could not depend on his brother-in-law. Knowing that his life or death depended all on Meng Hong, Zhao Xingchen threw his pride aside and quickly stated, "Brother Meng, it's a misunderstanding. Sister Chun Yu and I are still pure. Nothing has happened between us. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." He then turned his head and looked at Chun Yu, who just lowered her head, slightly trembling. Zhao Xingchen hurriedly added, "Brother Meng, I brought Chun Yu here to give her back to you. Let's just treat it like nothing has happened, and everything is as before." "Shut up." Meng Hong, who had not spoken a word till now, suddenly cursed. He glared at Zhao Xingchen with flames of anger in his eyes as he continued, grinding his teeth. "Zhao Xingchen, what do you think Junior Sister Chun is? She is a person, not some object that can be traded back and forth at will. By acting like this, aren't you disgracing her sincerity?" Zhao Xingchen's mouth opened wide but had no idea what to say. He thought to himself that Chun Yu was just trying to climb up the ranks, so how could there be any sincerity at all? It was quite evident that Meng Hong still had feelings for Chun Yu though, so if Zhao Xingchen really spoke what was in his mind, he would die right here and now. After Meng Hong was finished shouting, he suddenly waved his hand and stated, "Get out. I don't want to see you again in the future." He wasn't completely ruthless. First, it wasn't him who made Zhao Xingchen bow his head and beg him for mercy. Rather, he was riding on Yang Kai's coattails. Second, Yang Kai had just become Scarlet Star's sixth manager, so if he really killed Zhao Xingchen, it would definitely cause Yang Kai some trouble. At the very least, Chun Tianfei would definitely be outraged because of this. He might have said all those things before, but if Zhao Xingchen was really killed right before him, he would definitely not be pleased. Zhao Xingchen was overjoyed after hearing this, and a smile immediately bloomed on his black and blue face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng." "Many thanks." Then he turned to Yang Kai and thanked him. "Many thanks, sixth manager. Why are you still here?" Chen Tianfei kicked him and knocked him onto the ground. Zhao Xingchen didn't even bother to get up and quickly crawled out of the hall. He was elated that he could escape with his life today. As soon as he left, Chun Yu was left standing alone in place, her presence incredibly conspicuous. Her charming face was pale and her tender body was trembling slightly. Who knew whether it was because of fear or she was just extremely ashamed? Meng Hong glanced at her before heaving a slight sigh and not saying anything. He then cupped his fists to Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei chuckled, cupped his fists, and bid his farewell. "Sixth manager, seventh manager, this Chen has other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. I have left some people in the mansion for the two of you to use. Just tell them if you have any orders. And I won't see you off." Yang Kai gestured with his hand and stated. Chen Tianfei nodded before getting up and walking away. "How should we deal with her?" After Chen Tianfei left, He motioned to Chun Yu, who was still standing to the side with her head lowered. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. He had no idea how to deal with this woman. Originally, Meng Hong should have been the one to deal with her, but he left without saying a word. Yang Kai truthfully didn't want to get involved in this mess. "Figure it out yourself." Yang Kai also left after throwing out this sentence. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong was standing by the pond alone, quietly watching the fish swimming in the clear water below. The two Great Moon Province disciples were standing not too far away from him. They were looking at Meng Hong's back with worry pasted on their faces. Hearing footsteps, they turned around, and upon seeing that it was Yang Kai, one of them asked in a low voice, "Senior Brother Yang, will eldest senior brother be okay?" The other Great Moon Province disciple was also worried. "I heard that people who become heartbroken have very high chances of developing a heart demon. Can the elder brother overcome this hurdle?" The Great Moon Province disciple who had spoken first angrily stated that slut should have been killed. Her death would have ended all these troubles. What's the use of keeping that opportunistic slut? She would just be disturbing eldest senior brother's state of mind in vain. The other disciple shook his head, however, and commented, "It's not like you don't know that eldest senior brother still has feelings for her. If you really kill her, you should be ready to face eldest senior brother's wrath. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai rebuked, confounded. Stop arguing. I will go take a look. The Great Moon Province disciples looked at Yang Kai as if they saw their savior. Senior brother Yang, you must persuade eldest senior brother. Yang Kai remained non-committal. He couldn't rashly agree to this kind of request. Love was the most difficult thing to see through. Meng Hong had to rely on himself to understand it. It didn't matter what the others' opinions about this were. After a few steps, Yang Kai arrived by Meng Hong's side and stood silently. He glanced at him, and to Yang Kai's surprise, Meng Hong's expression wasn't that bad. At least not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai smiled and replied, "Your two junior brothers are worried about you developing a heart demon." Meng Hong slightly smiled and replied, "That should not happen. Although I like where she is free to make her own choices. It is not my decision to make. I just feel sad for her. She didn't choose the right person, and in the end she was abandoned. As you said, that was her own choice." Meng Hong nodded lightly. Yes, everyone rises or falls along with the times just like the fish in the pond. In the end, they couldn't escape from the shackles of time. After a bout of silence, Meng Hong continued, "Brother Yang, I want to become stronger." Yang Kai turned his head and looked straight at him. Everyone grows stronger as they keep treading upon the martial Tao. Meng Hong turned around and gazed at Yang Kai with passionate eyes. "I want to grow even stronger." Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He knew that although Meng Hong was saying that he was fine, Chun Yu's affair had indeed affected him. Otherwise, how would he have such an idea? People always desire more strength after suffering setbacks. There is no open heaven realm in the grand ancient ruins. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to gather your yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to break through to the open heaven realm. Once you leave the grand ancient ruins boundary, a pleasant voice suddenly rang in their ears. It was none other than Yuhi who was coming over. She came to Yang Kai's side and stood there as her hair gently danced along with the wind, brushing against Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai brushed her hair away, nodded and added, "There are many open heaven realm materials in the grand ancient ruins boundary, which should be able to meet your needs. Brother Meng, what order of elements have you condensed?" Meng Hong replied, "Third order." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. After all, Great Moon Province wasn't a powerful force. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang, who Yang Kai had met before, were both third-order open heaven realm masters. Meng Hong, as a disciple of Great Moon Province, could naturally only access third-order materials. Before, I used to think that the third order was enough, but now it seems that third-order open heaven realm masters are just ordinary characters in the 3,000 worlds. I have to become a higher-order master. Yang Kai frowned after hearing this. "Brother Meng, if I'm not mistaken, you should have already condensed several elements." As the eldest senior brother of Great Moon Province, it was impossible for Meng Hong to remain in the Emperor realm forever. He should have already condensed 3 or more elements into his Tao seal, and since his foundation was laid, he had no choice but to continue moving forward. He couldn't turn back. Meng Hong replied with a nod. I have condensed 4 elements. Then how would you?" Yang Kai looked puzzled. Just then Yuhi remembered something and her face slightly changed as she muttered, "Tai soul cleansing water?" Meng Hong nodded solemnly as a jade bottle appeared in his palm with a flip of his wrist. "You're courting death." Yuhi's face turned extremely serious. Yuhi continued, "You should also know that to reach the open heaven realm, you need to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements into your Tao seal before splitting heaven and earth apart in your body to form a small universe. Only with the power of a small universe can one be called an open heaven realm master. Once a cultivator has condensed a certain order power, it cannot be changed. The final order of a cultivator is always the lowest order element they have consolidated. For example, if one has condensed 6 third-order elements and 1 second-order element, then the open heaven realm they can achieve is second order. It will not change just because the other 6 powers are third order. Yang Kai nodded. "I know. The process of reaching the open heaven was like building a barrel to hold. One can only fill up to the height of the shortest board in the barrel." Yuhi continued, But there were always some people in the world who are not satisfied with the order of elements they condensed and want to climb to a higher order when they have achieved the open heaven realm. Except, their foundation has already been laid, so how can they change it at will? Xianxia couldn't help but frown and ask, if it can't be changed at will, does that mean it can still be changed? He confirmed with a nod. And the surest method is by using Tai soul cleansing water. Once someone takes it, the power of yin, yang and 5 elements they had condensed will be completely stripped from their Tao seal. If one manages to survive the stripping process, they will gain a chance to start over. How dangerous is it? Xianxia asked worriedly. Only now did he understand Meng Hong's plan. He obviously wanted to use the Tai soul cleansing water to start condensing his open heaven elements again. He sneered upon hearing this. The danger depends on the number of powers the person who consumes it has already condensed. The fewer powers gathered, the smaller the risk. If one has only condensed a single element, the chances of success is basically 50%. 50% after condensing just one element? Xianxia couldn't help but turn pale. What if one has gathered 4? Meng Hong just said that he had already condensed 4 open heaven realm elements. So the chances of success were probably much smaller. About 10%, Yuhi replied in a solemn voice. 10%. Xianxia was horrified. It really was akin to courting death. Yuhi looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, are you really going to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and calmly nodded. I have already made up my mind. He paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Yang, please don't try to dissuade me. I have been thinking about this for a long time. I just didn't have the courage to go through with it until now. Furthermore, even if I had taken the risk before, there was no way for me to acquire enough precious materials with Great Moon Province's strength. But it's different here. We are in the grand ancient ruins boundary, which is a vast treasure trove. Brother Yang, you might not know, but in the few months you were in a retreat, I frequently heard stories of people finding 4th order, 5th order, and even 6th order materials. This is my opportunity. If I don't give it a try, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Xianxia remained silent. If Meng Hong was just acting on impulse because of Qinyu, then he might try to dissuade him. After all, it wasn't wise to take such a big risk right now. However, Meng Hong just said that he had been contemplating this course of action for a long time, but he just didn't have the courage to go through with it. This time, everything that had happened had just given him the push he needed to make up his mind. After pondering for a while, Xianxia gave his encouragement. Since you have said as much, then I can only wish you all the best. He then turned to Yuhi and asked, what will happen if he fails? Yuhi solemnly replied, Tai soul cleansing water cleanly strips the power of yin yang and 5 elements from one's Tao seal. If one fails, their Tao seal will shatter. What do you think would be the consequences of that? If one's Tao seal got shattered, what else could happen? One would either lose their life or have their cultivation permanently crippled. I'm a little curious, where did you get Tai soul cleansing water? Although it's not rare, it's not something you can get your hands on as an Emperor Realm cultivator. Tai soul cleansing water is basically as valuable as a 5th order open heaven realm material. Yuhi furrowed her brow. Meng Hong replied with a smile after hearing this. I accidentally acquired it many years ago and decided to keep it. I wasn't willing to sell it as I thought that I might need it someday. It was quite apparent that Meng Hong's decision wasn't on a whim. He really had been planning for this for a long time. Xianxia stated, nodding, Brother Meng, since you have already made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you. If there is anything I can help you with, feel free to speak. Yuhi scoffed. You can't help him with anything except for finding him a quiet place. Meng Hong requested, Brother Yang, I request you to keep this a secret from my junior brothers. If I am successful, I will explain to them in person. If it doesn't work out, then I ask Brother Yang to burn my corpse and hand over my remains to my junior brothers to take back to Great Moon Province. Meng Hong had just handed over his will. Obviously, he too didn't have much confidence in himself. Xianxia suddenly wanted to dissuade him, but he had no idea how to start. If I was in Meng Hong place and I had such an opportunity, how would I have chosen? I'm afraid even if I knew that there was just a 10% chance of survival, I would still have gone through with it. When are you planning on starting? Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong replied, there is no day better than today. He was very resolute, so Yang Kai had no choice but to find him a secluded cultivation room. He then arranged a powerful isolation array together with Yu He so that Meng Hong would not be disturbed by the outside world during his ordeal. The Great Moon Province disciples had no idea why Meng Hong suddenly decided to enter retreat, but they thought it might be related to Qin Yu's incident, causing them to hate her even more. Outside the cultivation room, Yang Kai and Yu He got busy and finally managed to arrange everything. Yu He softly sighed, staring at the secret room. It's pointless to worry, so don't bother. It will take him anywhere from 3 days to half a month to complete the process. When the time comes, you will know the result. Yang Kai nodded and stated, let's hope for the best. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, how did you deal with Chunyu? Yu He replied, I decided to let her stay. We can't drive her away. Can we? She is weak, and if we drive her out, she would get devoured till not even her bones were left within a few days. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. You're quite kind. Yu He coldly snorted and stated, you can easily tell that Meng Hong still has feelings for that Chunyu girl. If we drive her away, how could Meng Hong rest at ease? We can only leave her for Meng Hong to deal with. Yang Kai nodded his appreciation. Good job. Yu He sweetly smiled and elegantly bowed. Many thanks, young master, for the compliment. What's gotten into you? Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left with his hands crossed behind his back, leaving Yu He giggling. Before leaving, Chen Tianfei said that he had left some people in the mansion for him to use. Yang Kai soon met the commander of these people, a man called Guo Ziyan. Yang Kai was now Scarlet Star's 6th manager, so they had to allocate a little manpower to him, even if just to keep up appearances. In Scarlet Star, Guo Ziyan was also a great commander-level figure. He was a second-order open heaven realm master, so he wasn't weak. In the outside world, he might not even pay any attention to Yang Kai, a trivial Emperor Realm Jr. Unfortunately, they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary now, and Yang Kai had the strength to kill Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong. Guo Ziyan had no choice but to lower his head, even though his cultivation was higher. After a few questions and answers, Yang Kai had a slight understanding of Guo Ziyan's character. In short, he was a rather taciturn person. Originally, he was Du Nyangzi's subordinate, but since Du Nyangzi was already dead, the resources under her were naturally divided among the other managers, leaving Guo Ziyan for Yang Kai. Guo Ziyan didn't have many subordinates, but they weren't few either. He had a total of 100 or so people under him. The entire team was under Yang Kai now. Ignoring loyalty, at least he could order around these people. Needless to say, Yang Kai went to see his 100 new subordinates with Guo Ziyan. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to join Scarlet Star and take the position of manager was because he wanted to use Scarlet Star's resources and manpower to search for the open heaven realm materials he needed. More people would lead to more information. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was filled with high-quality precious treasures, but it would be difficult for him to find them all on his own. Scarlet Star was different. With this star city as their base, their influence spread in all directions rapidly. Nothing within a radius 10,000 kilometers now could remain hidden from Scarlet Star's eyes. Scarlet Star was itself a relatively loose organization with all kinds of people of varying strength and temperaments. As such, many of its members had unruly personalities. When they heard that the new 6th manager was only an Emperor Realm Jr., they didn't pay much attention to him. The 100 or so people stood in their positions, completely relaxed. But when Yu He, who was with Yang Kai, arrived, everyone instantly paid attention to her. After all, Yu He was a 5th-order open heaven realm master. Such a master could be considered a hegemon in the 3,000 worlds, and all cultivators had an instinctive awe towards the strong. Yang Kai didn't care too much about this, and after a few words, he ordered Guo Ziyan to take these 100 or so people out and gather intel. He ordered him to report any news about high-order materials to him right away. Guo Ziyan naturally complied. The next few days remained uneventful. Yang Kai took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon vein, while spending his time comprehending his wood and fire elements. He had learned an innate dragon technique from the dragon bead he refined, but Yang Kai vaguely felt that he still could not bring out the full might of his wood and fire elements. From the energy gathered from the immortal tree essence and golden crow's true fire, he should also be able to produce powerful divine abilities. If he could successfully comprehend the mysteries of these powers, then his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to deal with more powerful enemies in a more relaxed manner. Every day, Xianxia would go and check up on Meng Han. Unfortunately, since he entered retreat, Meng Hong's cultivation room had remained completely silent. With the array blocking everything, Xianxia had no idea what was going on inside. The Great Moon Province disciples were completely oblivious to what Meng Hong was doing. As such, they didn't show much concern either. Today, Xianxia went to check up on Meng Hong in his spare time, but he saw Yuhi coming over as well. When their eyes met, Yuhi shook her head. Xianxia stated with a frown, "It's been 8 days. Yuhi heaved a soft sigh. "I'm afraid he was more unfortunate than fortunate. Isn't there any way to help?" Yuhi replied, "Once he took the Tai-E soul-cleansing water, it became solely up to him whether he lived or died. Outsiders can't interfere. Even if you go in, you will only be disturbing him, causing him greater danger." Xianxia sunk into silence. Since Yuhi said as much, he couldn't provide any help even if he wanted to. "Wait 2 more days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. Then we will have to collect his corpse." Yuhi brushed her hair back behind her ear. Just as she was finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly looked up, staring at the secluded room's heavy door. With his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements inside the cultivation room. Yuhi too had noticed it by now and turned her head to look at Xianxia in surprise. After a while, the array arranged around the room was slowly deactivated. Xianxia raised his brow and went forward, opened the door, and walked in. Yuhi followed close behind. There was a strong scent of blood in the air, and everything inside the room was in a mess, as if several violent energies had fought chaotically within. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the center of the cultivation room. His head drooped as his black hair was hanging loose, covering his entire face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at the moment, his entire body covered in dried blood. By the looks of it, he had suffered a lot. Furthermore, his aura was quite weak. Xianxia couldn't tell whether he had succeeded or failed. A little worried, he stepped forward and called out gently, standing right before Meng Hong, "Brother Meng." Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His face was dark, sunken, and extremely pale, but there was a glint in his eyes. He looked at Xianxia as the corners of his lips slowly rose into a smile. "The heavens have blessed me." A heavy weight was immediately lifted off Xianxia's shoulder, and he broke into laughter. Brother Meng is truly blessed with good fortune. In a situation where he was meant to die 9 times out of 10, Meng Hong had carved a way out. Xianxia might not have any idea what Meng Hong had gone through these 8 days, but judging by his state and the state of the room, he could tell that Meng Hong had constantly been wandering between life and death. After making him take a few pills and adjust his breathing, Xianxia finally sent Meng Hong back to rest. The Great Moon Province disciples were summoned, and Meng Hong explained the entire ordeal to them personally. A look of fear immediately appeared on their faces, and one of them rebuked their eldest senior brother for not even saying anything to them before taking such a big risk. What would they do if he had an accident? The other junior brother was indignant, clamoring to kill Qinyu for causing disturbing thoughts in their eldest senior brother's mind. While they were raising a fuss, Xianxia and Yuhi withdrew, leaving the 3 fellow brothers to talk it out. Over the next few days, Meng Hong's condition improved gradually. The Tai-E soul cleansing water had stripped him of the 4 third-order elements, allowing him to return to the state when he had just condensed his Dao seal, which was equivalent to gaining a chance to start over. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity which not everyone could have. This time, Meng Hong would naturally not act arbitrarily. A few days later, Xianxia went to visit Meng Hong again to ask about his future plans. Meng Hong replied, "Since I have wiped clean my 3rd-order foundation, naturally I want to achieve a higher order. 4th order is too low, while 6th order is beyond my capability. If I could become a 5th-order open heaven realm master, it would be worth the risk I took." Xianxia lightly nodded after hearing this. Meng Hong's ambition wasn't big compared to his own, but for a disciple of Great Moon Province, the 5th order was absolutely a luxury. After all, any 5th-order material would cost 1.5 million open heaven pills, so 7 materials would cost at least 10 million open heaven pills. Great Moon Province might be able to collect this sum if they were willing to sacrifice greatly for hundreds of years, but it was meaningless to do so if they couldn't find sellers for such materials. It should be known that even with the backing of the proprietress, Bai Qi could only achieve the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. If Meng Hong could achieve the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, then he would have the chance to reach the Seventh Order in his lifetime, ascending beyond the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm. He would have a chance to appreciate the scenery from the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Furthermore, Meng Hong had also said that Sixth-Order materials weren't something that he could withstand. Someone had told Yang Kai before that condensing higher-order elements wasn't necessarily the best for a cultivator. Everyone had their own tolerance limit, and if one exceeded that limit, they might lose their life in vain before reaching the Open Heaven Realm. Meng Hong had judged that he could at most bear Fifth-Order elements, which was also the limit most cultivators could bear. If he went for higher-order materials, whether it was his body or Dao Seal, both would be unable to bear it. If it's Fifth Order, I can give Brother Meng something, Yang Kai stated with a flip of his hand. The next moment, a hot aura appeared in his palm as if he was holding a small sun. Meng Hong's expression froze as he exclaimed, "Sun's true fire. Is this something you got from the Sun Star?" He had also seen Sun's true fires before. After all, he was among the Great Moon Province disciples present when the Sun Star was extinguished. He had followed Wei Kei to search for the Sun's true fire, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai replied with a nod. "Yes, it's from that Sun Star." Yang Kai had not only seized the Golden Crow carcass right under the nose of many Open Heaven Realm masters, but also pocketed a lot of Sun's true fires at the Fourth and Fifth Order. However, he didn't have that many Fifth Order Sun's true fires, just 3. They had been lying useless all this time in his space ring. But since Meng Hong needed it now, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Meng Hong kept staring at the Sun's true fire in a daze. He wanted to refuse but at the same time was really reluctant to. Great Moon Province had also obtained a Fifth Order Sun's true fire, but instead of letting their disciples use it, they decided to exchange it for a batch of Fourth Order materials. Owing to this careful planning, Great Moon Province would be able to raise a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm master someday in the future. When that happened, Great Moon Province would be able to have a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm master assume command of the sect, allowing them to barely become a second-class great force. After observing Meng Hong's words and expression, Yang Kai smiled and stated, "Brother Meng, please accept it for now. Think of it as a loan. You can pay me back in the future if the opportunity presents itself." After Yang Kai had said so, Meng Hong couldn't refuse anymore, so he immediately nodded. "Thanks are not enough for this kindness. This Meng will definitely not disappoint Brother Yang's intentions." Urging his qi, he wrapped the Sun's true fire and accepted it. In an instant, a wave of heat blew against his face, making Meng Hong involuntarily groan as his expression changed slightly. He was used to dealing with the third-order materials, which he could still handle with ease. Now, when he came in contact with a fifth-order material, he knew that not everyone could absorb these high-quality materials. If one's foundation was lacking even a little, he or she would quite possibly get burned to death by this scorching heat once they began absorbing the fire element power. Meng Hong was secretly glad that he didn't have overly lofty goals and only aimed for the fifth order. He made a wise decision, leaving Meng Hong to refine the sun's true fire and condense his fire element. Yang Kai summoned the 2 Great Moon Province disciples to stand guard for him before finally leaving. Passing through the corridor, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, which startled him slightly. The other party seemed to have noticed him too. Xianxia looked up, and when their eyes met, she promptly lowered her head and greeted Sixth Manager. Yang Kai lightly nodded, having no intention of talking to her. Yuhi had let her stay for Meng Hong to deal with. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in retreat all this time, and now that he had a sun's true fire to refine, perhaps he could care less about personal affairs for a short time. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, Yuhi hurried over. Guo Ziyan was here. His men have found a Yuan magnetic mountain. Yuan magnetic mountain? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yuhi explained, a Yuan magnetic mountain nurtures Yuan magnetism divine stones, which are metal element materials. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What's the location? He had just finished gathering his earth element, so the next on the list was metal. At this time, Guo Ziyan had timely sent a message. making Yang Kai feel as if pies were falling from the sky. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder whether there was a Yuan magnetism divine stone in the Yuan magnetic mountain that was 7th order or above. He handed him a jade slip which he promptly scanned with his divine sense. The next moment, he found a map with a spot marked a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. He added, not just our people have discovered the Yuan magnetic mountain, but many other people have also found it. According to Guizi Han, some Yuan magnetism divine stones have already been extracted. What order? Yang Kai asked. 3rd order, 4th order, 5th order, all of them. Yui seemed to know what he wanted to ask. After she was finished speaking, her red lips moved again as she added, 5th order materials are very rare even in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. You better not expect too much. Yang Kai remained non-committal. I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is focusing on condensing his fire element, so you stay here and oversee things. I don't care about his life or death. He disdainfully spat. She then turned to Chun Yu and ordered, I'll leave it to you. Chun Yu blinked in stupefaction as she pointed at herself and asked, Me? When she looked up though, she saw that Yang Kai and Yu were nowhere to be found. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, found his bearings after a moment, then flew off with Yu closely following behind. In the corner of the Star City, 2 figures were quietly standing, staring in the direction Yang Kai and Yu left. One of them was a middle-aged man, who was wearing a golden crown and a python robe. He was incredibly fat. This fat man was none other than Chun Tianfei of Scarlet Star. As a Scarlet Star manager, Chun Tianfei also had thousands of people under him. However, at this moment he was standing behind a middle-aged man. That's the new manager? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Yes, it's him. His name is Yang Kai. Chun Tianfei respectfully replied. His cultivation had recovered over these days, allowing him to regain his original fat layers. At this moment his face was red and radiant. Observing the other party's expression and bearing, Chun Tianfei cautiously asked, How should we deal with him, head manager? The middle-aged man was Scarlet Star's hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face, the head manager. Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong had tragically died at Yang Kai's hands, yet this head manager had never made an appearance. However, he had come out for some reason today. What do you think I should do? The head manager indifferently asked. Chun Tianfei pondered and replied, Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong lost their lives at his hands before he forced us to recognize him as a new manager. However, word of it has already spread. If we don't give an explanation to the people below, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. You want to kill him? The head manager asked. Chun Tianfei replied, It will be up to head manager's discretion. The head manager continued, If what you said is true, that this little brat killed Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong in such a short time, then he is a rare genius. It's not possible to kill him with Scarlet Star's current power. Chun Tianfei was shocked. Head manager, you are also not sure about it? He was very surprised by this. He thought that the head manager would not spare Yang Kai once he left his retreat. If not, how could the rest of the managers so easily compromise? But judging by what the head manager has said, it was actually impossible to kill Yang Kai now. Are we really going to let him occupy the magpie's nest and take the position of Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong? The head manager indifferently added. He was able to kill Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong while stopping all of you. He is already invincible in the Emperor realm. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, this king has no confidence in defeating him. Chun Tianfei's eyes couldn't help but widen. Although Scarlet Star was a loose organization, the head manager had near absolute control as his strength was immense and his vision was acute. Much to Chun Tianfei's surprise though, this man even stated that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor realm. Since Yang Kai could get such an evaluation from the head manager, it was evident that he was truly outstanding. Chun Tianfei considered and asked, Head manager, you mean, let's wait and see? The head manager turned around and headed towards his place of retreat, his voice drifting back. It won't be too late to deal with him after we have left the Grand Ancient Ruins. He is just an Emperor Realm Junior after all. Chun Tianfei cupped his fists. Head manager is wise. The Yuan Magnetic Mountain was tens of thousands of kilometers away from Scarlet Star's base. which was far beyond the range of Scarlet Star's influence. Xianxia and Yuhi flew all the way, taking more than an hour to reach their destination. In front of them was a rolling mountain range. It wasn't too long, nor was it too high, and its peaks were sparsely distributed. Xianxia scanned it with his divine sense and found many auras of cultivators in the mountain range. Before he could get close, though, Xianxia felt an extremely strange energy lingering in the surroundings. The energy gave off a metal attribute aura. However, it wasn't exactly like a metal element. Felt extremely strange. It was changing every moment. Sometimes it was pulling and sometimes pushing, and sometimes it even felt like it was swirling. Xianxia raised his brow and asked, "Yuan magnetism force?" Yuhi replied with a nod, "Yuan magnetism force is unpredictable. If you can use the Yuan magnetism divine stone to refine your metal element, you might be able to comprehend a Yuan magnetism divine ability." After hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He became more and more sure that he had not fully mastered the immortal tree and Golden Crow's true fire power, so he was looking forward to this Yuan magnetic mountain. A figure soon rushed over. It was none other than Wuxia. Apparently, he got the news and came to greet Xianxia and Yuhi. When he got closer, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Sixth manager, seventh manager." Xianxia lightly nodded. "How's the situation here?" Wuxia reported. "We have gained a little, but it's not worth much. A few Yuan magnetism divine stones at or below third order." "Let me see." Xianxia stretched his hand towards him. Wuxia handed him a plate-sized stone without any objection. Xianxia checked it out and found that it was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't seem special, but after a thorough inspection, he could feel the abundant power of metal inside. The Yuan magnetism force in this stone was a lot more obvious than he had felt in the ambient air. Xianxia slightly nodded before handing the Yuan magnetism divine stone back. He then looked down and saw many figures rushing about here and there. Wuxia quickly reported, "Sir and Madam, news about the Yuan magnetism divine stones has already spread. So many people are rushing over. This humble servant has also summoned all our nearby people, but we only have 30 or so in total. With just this many people, the scope of our search is limited. Do I need to send messages to the other managers and ask them to bring some more people for support?" Xianxia glanced at him and indifferently declared, "No need. Since the news has already spread, they will come if they want to. It will be useless if they don't want to come." Wuxia thought to himself, many people have already got the news about the Yuan magnetic mountain, but the other managers might not have received word so far. We have not seen the other managers until now, so who knows if they don't want to come or they are on their way. After flying with Wuxia for a while, they landed on the top of a certain mountain. Everyone here was busy. 30 or so men under Xianxia's command were gathered here, and the mountain was laden with many pits, some of which were quite deep. From the shallower pits, faint clinking noises could be heard. Obviously, everyone was trying hard to dig up Yuan magnetism divine stones. Xianxia turned to look at Wuxia and asked, "How did you distribute the profits in the past?" Wuxia replied, "Everything everyone obtained would be collected and evaluated before rewards were distributed, according to respective contributions. But generally speaking, managers take about half for themselves." Xianxia nodded lightly. Such a distribution might have been used in the past, but Xianxia was not going to follow suit. "Relay my order. Any Yuan magnetism divine stone below 5th order our people find belongs to the one who unearthed it. They don't need to turn it over. This king only needs Yuan magnetism divine stones of 5th order and above. If anyone dares to pocket them, they will be shown no mercy." Wuxia's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "Sixth manager, are you serious?" Xianxia may have only wanted 5th order or above Yuan magnetism divine stones, which sounded a bit ravenous at first. But it should be known that their group had been searching this place for some time now and had yet to find a single 5th order divine stone. On the other hand, they had found quite a few 3rd order divine stones already. In other words, Xianxia was taking the risk of returning empty-handed. On the contrary, the 30 or so subordinates could keep everything below the 5th order. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 of them. After all, if Xianxia followed the previous practice just like Dunyanzi, even if they found a 5th order divine stone, they would not have any share in it. Xianxia stated, if I ask you to relay my order, then relay it. Why do you have so many useless questions? Guziyan immediately cupped his fists and responded, yes, sir. The order was quickly disseminated to everyone, causing the 30 or so men to be extremely elated. They immediately started searching even harder. Even Guziyan rushed into a nearby pit and disappeared. Yuhi looked at Xianxia and asked, what are you going to do with the 5th order divine stones? She knew that Xianxia had condensed 7th order elements, so she was a little puzzled at the moment. I have my uses for them, Xianxia casually responded. The 5th order materials might not be of any use to him, but he had many friends and relatives in the star boundary who would eventually enter the outer universe. They would definitely need them at that time. Xianxia's own starting point was very high, so naturally lower order materials were not of interest to him. The 5th order was barely the threshold that could interest him. It didn't hurt him to plan for the future early on. What's more, the 5th order materials were quite valuable even if he didn't personally use them. Xianxia next looked around and found a spot with no one around before waving his hand and releasing the Earth Dragon. His divine sense surged as he communicated with the Earth Dragon for a time. The Earth Dragon turned around and plunged into the ground soon after, quickly drilling an enormous pit. The Earth Dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground, so it was simple for it to open a pit. Loud rumbling noises came from inside the pit that quickly faded away. The solid rock couldn't resist the corrosion of the Earth Dragon's mucus. The Earth Dragon alone was equivalent to hundreds of people in this environment. Xianxia didn't remain idle either. He exhorted Yuhi to guard the spot while he followed the Earth Dragon underground. The moment Xianxia jumped into the pit, he started scanning with his divine sense. It didn't take him too long to find a 3rd order Yuan magnetism divine stone and put it into his space ring. With the Earth Dragon leading the way, Xianxia easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the mountains. The grand ancient ruins boundary had remained untouched for thousands of years, breeding many rare and precious treasures. There were a lot of Yuan magnetism divine stones in the Yuan magnetic mountains, and the deeper he went, the denser the Yuan magnetism divine stones became. In just half an hour, Xianxia had already found 6 Yuan magnetism divine stones. Unfortunately, their order wasn't very high. The highest order materials he had found were of 3rd order, the others were either 1st or 2nd order. Xianxia wasn't picky, however, and put them all into his space ring. Although these Yuan magnetism divine stones weren't useful for him, they could be sold for some open heaven pills. Now, all the open heaven pills in his possession had been used to buy the herbs in the Star City. Even Yuhi had to fork out some of her pills too, which made Xianxia a little embarrassed. As the Earth Dragon continued to explore, Yuhi's voice suddenly rang in Xianxia's ear, "Come out, something has happened." Xianxia furrowed his brow when he heard this. He stopped chasing after the Earth Dragon and disappeared from the spot in a flash of space principles. When he reappeared, he had already arrived on the peak. He gazed down as a slight frown appeared on his brow. He saw Yuhi and Guziyan standing in the lead, while their men stood behind them. But at this moment, they were surrounded by another group. The size of that group was quite big, about 300 or 400 in total, giving them a 10-to-1 advantage. The people leading the other group also looked quite strong. In just one glance, it was quite evident that they would not be easy to deal with. The two groups were confronting each other, weapons drawn, the atmosphere heavy. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. There seemed to be some kind of conflict here, but as he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for Yuan magnetism divine stones down below, he had no idea what exactly transpired. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuhi the next moment and asked, indifferently looking at the other group, "What happened?" Yuhi bitterly smiled as flipped her hand. The next moment, a fist-sized Yuan magnetism divine stone appeared in her hand. Although this Yuan magnetism divine stone appeared pitch black, it also gave off an ever-changing gleam from its surface. A strange force was lingering around the Yuan magnetism divine stone, which was no different from the Yuan magnetism force Xianxia had felt before. Xianxia raised his brow. What order? In just one glance, he could tell that this Yuan magnetism divine stone was a little different than the others he found so far. It was completely different from the 3rd order divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, it was of extremely high order. 5th order, Yuhi replied. One of the men found it and shouted in excitement, drawing them here. While speaking, she turned her head and glanced at a lean man beside her. Obviously, this fifth-order divine stone was found by this man. At this moment, the man was looking quite guilty, secretly blaming himself for being too careless. He got too excited and couldn't stop himself from shouting. After all, he had never seen a fifth-order material before. So it's a case of having evil intentions at the sight of someone else's wealth. Xianxia quickly understood what was happening. He reached out and took the fifth-order divine stone and stuffed it straight into his space ring. He then patted the lean guy on the shoulder and praised, "Good job. I will note your merit down." The man looked at Xianxia in a daze after hearing this. His face was filled with excitement. He was thinking that the manager would blame him for being careless, but instead of getting blamed, he was praised. The new sixth manager seemed a little different. At this moment, a person on the other side stepped forward and shouted in fury, "It's you, you little bastard." While speaking, he was grinding his teeth, as if there was some kind of unforgivable enmity between the two. Xianxia looked up and found this man to be a little familiar. Apparently, he had seen him somewhere before. He took a closer look and couldn't help but grin as he stated, "What a small world. We meet again." Surprisingly, the other guy was none other than Bijian, whom he had run into back in the Crouching Dragon Mountain range a few months ago. Since Bijian was here, Xianxia didn't need to think about which great force these people belonged to. It was no doubt Thunderlight. In the Crouching Dragon Mountain range a few months back, Bijian, leading a group of Thunderlight disciples, had collected a lot of dragon treasures, but in the end, he was intimidated by Xianxia with the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and forced to hand over everything he had gathered and retreat empty-handed. At that time, Bijian didn't have many people with him, and he had no choice but to bear the disgrace before the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Every time he thought about that day, his heart would burn with fury and hatred. He secretly vowed to take revenge the next time he met Xianxia. Unfortunately, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was vast, and he had no idea where Xianxia was, so he couldn't talk about revenge. He had never thought that he would run into him in the Yuan Magnetic Mountains today. When he came face to face with his enemy, his eyes turned red in anger. After recognizing Xianxia, Bijian sneered, "Little brat. You will get what you deserve today. I told you a long time ago that you should always leave a way out for yourself, and not be ruthless, but you just had to insist. I'll see how you will escape with your life today." On the Crouching Dragon Mountain that day, Bijian believed that the other party was stronger than him, and had proposed to divide the dragon treasures harvested in half, but Xianxia refused. In the end, Bijian had no choice but to hand over everything and back away helplessly. When he met Xianxia on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain today, he naturally wanted to vent all his hatred and make him pay for the disgrace he had suffered that day. Xianxia chuckled, "We will see if you have what it takes or not. Do you know him?" An elderly man beside Bijian asked doubtfully. He could tell that there was some kind of grudge between Xianxia and Bijian. Bijian replied with a scoff, "Brother Zhu, do you remember me telling you about the Crouching Dragon Mountains?" The old man surnamed Zhu raised his brow after hearing this. "Is he the one you were talking about?" "Good, it's him," Bijian continued, grinding his teeth. "At that time, he had used 2 powerful exotic beasts to deter us, so this king had no choice but to lower his head. I have been searching for him for several months, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. I didn't expect to run into him here." The old man surnamed Zhu nodded. "In that case, you don't need to care about being civil." He looked up at Xianxia and demanded, "Brat, I heard that you obtained many dragon blood flowers from the Crouching Dragon Mountains. Honestly, hand over those dragon blood flowers along with the 5th Order Divine Stone you just found, and we might let you keep your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Dragon blood flowers could enhance one's physique, so there was no open heaven realm master who wouldn't desire them. When one's cultivation had reached the open heaven realm, cultivators focused first on slowly improving their order while also improving their physiques. Dragon blood flowers were an excellent treasure for body tempering. If they could grab those dragon blood flowers, the old man surnamed Zhu was confident that he could improve his physique by several levels. Even if he couldn't improve his order, his strength would be greatly enhanced. As for the Fifth Order Divine Stone just now, he couldn't miss it either. The Fifth Order Divine Stone was worth at least 1.5 million open heaven pills. Sir Zhu, Sir Yang is my Scarlet Star's sixth manager. Do you want to start a war with my Scarlet Star by being so aggressive? Guo Ziyan stepped and sonorously shouted. As soon as he made this remark, both Bijian and the old man surnamed Zhu were taken aback. The old man surnamed Zhu glanced at Guo Ziyan before asking, "Are you a member of Scarlet Star?" Whether it was Thunder Light or Scarlet Star, they had been ruling the Star City for tens of thousands of years and crossed swords multiple times during this period. As a great commander of Scarlet Star, Guo Ziyan wasn't an unknown figure, so the old man surnamed Zhu had naturally seen him a few times, though he hadn't paid much attention to him. It was only when he said those words that the old man finally glanced at him. Guo Ziyan quickly replied, "Yes." Bijian was taken aback even more so. Wasn't Scarlet Star's sixth manager Dun Yangzi? When did this brat become your sixth manager? Guo Ziyan replied, "Dun Yangzi has already fallen. This is my Scarlet Star's new sixth manager." Bijian and the old man surnamed Zhu looked at each other after hearing this. They couldn't believe that Dun Yangzi was actually dead. She was a master of poison, so even the two of them didn't dare to provoke her easily. They couldn't understand how she died? Who had killed her? However, since Guo Ziyan, a Scarlet Star great commander, had said so, it must not be wrong. Bijian scoffed. Scarlet Star has really regressed. You actually made an Emperor Realm brat your sixth manager? Was there no one available in Scarlet Star? The old man surnamed Zhu also snorted and added, "So what if you belong to Scarlet Star? It's not like my Thunder Light hasn't fought with your Scarlet Star before. So who needs to fear whom?" Guo Ziyan's face turned cold as ice. "Are you two not going to give us face?" The old man surnamed Zhu roared angrily. "What face do you even have? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to die, hand over your things right away." Bijia raised his hand and calmly addressed, "Guo Ziyan, let me guide you to the right path. Are you willing to listen to me?" Guo Ziyan agreed with a frown. "Sir Bijian, if you have anything to say, just get on with it." Bijian smiled at Yang Kai and continued, pointing at Yang Kai. "He is going to die today, and no one can save him. If any of you don't want to die, just obediently surrender and join my Thunder Light. Perhaps you might live." There were just over 30 people around Yang Kai, but Thunder Light had dispatched more than 300 people this time. There was a tenfold difference in number. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it was akin to a complete one-sided situation. No matter how strong Yang Kai might be, he wouldn't get out of this safely. However, Bijian wanted to enjoy Yang Kai's desperation before he killed him. Bijian wasn't worried about the choices of Scarlet Star's members. If they surrendered, they would naturally be shown mercy, but if they remained bull-headed, they would be killed together with Yang Kai. When it came to life or death, people would always make a wise choice. "I will only count to 3. Those who don't step forward in 3 breaths will be killed without mercy." Bei Jian raised his finger and counted in a long, drawn-out manner, looking triumphantly at Yang Kai. 1. Just as he shouted, the 30 or so people behind Yang Kai immediately broke into a clamor. All of them were terrified and their faces had turned ugly. 2. Bijian shouted again, raising another finger. The 300 or so Thunder Light members secretly circulated their strength, as if they were preparing to kill the enemy at any moment. The silent pressure made most of Scarlet Star's members' faces turn pale. In just a breath, someone couldn't bear the threat of death and jumped out from behind Yang Kai and shouted, I surrender, don't kill me." 1 turned into 2, and in an instant 8 people had rushed out to surrender. Guo Ziyan's teeth cracked as he angrily cursed, exasperated by their disappointing performance. "You fools! We have been fighting Thunder Light for so many years that the blood feud between us cannot be resolved. You won't have good days ahead of you after your surrender. It's better to follow the managers and fight our way out. Even if you die here, don't disgrace my Scarlet Star's name." As soon as he stated this, the people who were still a bit eager to surrender immediately quashed this idea. Guo Ziyan was right. Scarlet Star and Thunder Light had been fighting for many years, so the enmity between the two had reached an unforgivable level. In the future, even if they managed to preserve their lives by surrendering, their days would be worse than death in the future. It might be better to die now than live on in misery. But not everyone thought so. After the initial 8 people, nearly 10 people had rushed to Thunderlight's side after them. Xianxia already had a small number of people under him, but now nearly 20 people had surrendered to the enemy, leaving only about a dozen people behind him. This formed a sharp contrast against the hundreds of Thunderlight members. Guiziyan's eyes turned red in rage as he glared at the defectors. He wanted to charge at them and tear them to pieces. But now he couldn't even save himself, so how would he have energy to kill those traitors? Bijian broke into laughter, looking extremely proud. Those from Scarlet Star are just a bunch of trash. They become like a fist of loose sand after just a little threat from this king. How could they achieve big things with such weak spines? The Thunderlight members burst into laughter. Bijian's face suddenly turned cold as he stated with a snort. This king despises traitors more than anything. They take no responsibility for their cowardice at all and can betray their comrades at any moment. What's the use of keeping such people alive? Kill them all. Just as he ordered this, the expression of the 20 or so cultivators who had defected to Thunderlight greatly distorted. However, before they could beg for mercy, all kinds of artifacts or secret technique rained down on them. They didn't even have the chance to scream as they all died then and there. A bloody smell filled the air as 20 or so mutilated and incomplete corpses lay on the mountains as energy waves slowly spread into the surroundings. The dozen or so people standing behind Xianxia shuddered in fear. They were secretly glad that they hadn't defected. Otherwise, their corpses too would be lying on the ground. At the moment, their life and death was still in their hands, albeit that their chances were slim in front of an enemy dozens of times stronger than them. Guiziyan stared and stated, "You went back on your word." Bijian chuckled. "So what?" Guiziyan ground his teeth in hatred. Although he hated the defectors and wanted to kill them to vent his anger, he still couldn't help but feel sad and angry at the sight of them being killed by Thunderlight like this. He secretly regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a message to the other managers asking them to bring more people over. Now we are surrounded by hundreds of people. I'm afraid we are doomed today. As this thought crossed his mind, Guiziyan approached Xianxia and whispered, "Sir and madam, when the fight begins, you should immediately leave. This humble subordinate will bring up the rear. I just hope that if you get a chance in the future, you will avenge us." Xianxia glanced at him before patting his shoulder and stated, "I never like leaving revenge to the future." Guiziyan was stunned. "Sixth manager," Xianxia smiled at him, "you are pretty good. No matter what." Guiziyan didn't betray him. Also, based on what he had said just now, he was willing to cover Xianxia's retreat while risking his own life. Thus, Xianxia would definitely repay his loyalty. Before, he only thought that Guiziyan was taciturn. But now, Xianxia realized that his character wasn't bad. Apparently, Scarlet Star had assigned him a pretty good great commander. He pursed his lips and chuckled. "You haven't seen our sixth manager's skills. Today you will have your eyes opened." Guiziyan was completely confused as he looked at these two new managers in a daze. They were surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, filled with confidence. Although he had no idea where he was getting this confidence, Guiziyan's pride was also aroused, so he quickly declared, "Sir and madam, just relay your order, and this subordinate will tread through oceans of fire and rivers of blood." "Pa pa pa." Bijian chuckled and started clapping. "What a great display of loyalty. How touching." His face suddenly sank as his voice turned colder, but what does it matter? You all will be dying here today. Who will live and who will die remains to be seen. You should not jump to conclusions so soon. Xianxia grinned and grabbed the 6 Fated Paths bag from his waist and shook it. The next moment, a behemoth suddenly appeared with a thump. The scarlet flood dragon's roar reverberated across the sky. Its 300 meters tall body, surrounded by a scorching hot aura. It overlooked the world with its house-sized head. Each and every Thunderlight member turned pale in fright, sensing the fearsome power of this ferocious creature. Especially those who had followed Bijian to the fight the Scarlet Flood Dragon back in the Crouching Dragon Mountains in the past. Their faces were particularly pale. Last time, when they fought with the Scarlet Flood Dragon under the leadership of Bijian, they had the numerical advantage, and yet they were still thrown into disarray. If Bijian didn't decisively retreat, perhaps many would have lost their lives that day. Past experiences always guided one's future decisions. So how could they not be afraid after seeing the Scarlet Flood Dragon at this moment? It's this damn thing again. Bi Jian's face turned black. He never expected the Scarlet Flood Dragon to actually be by Yang Kai's side. When he didn't see the Scarlet Flood Dragon or the Earth Dragon here, he naturally thought that the two exotic beasts had already left Yang Kai. Now, he discovered that Yang Kai could summon them at will. The old man surnamed Zhu, on the other hand, had his eyes lit up. He stared at the 6 Fated Paths bag in Yang Kai's hand and greedily stated, "That's a pretty good treasure you have there, boy." He could tell that the bag was a storage artifact that could hold living creatures at a glance. Otherwise, how could the Scarlet Flood Dragon appear here? Yang Kai stared deeply at him before a smile appeared on his face and he waved his hand to kill them. A dragon roar reverberated across the sky as the Scarlet Flood Dragon rushed out. It opened its mouth wide, breathing raging flames, attacking the Thunder Light members. The scorching flames that could burn down the world swept through the sky and the earth in a flash. Thunder Light had too many people, so the Scarlet Flood Dragon didn't even need to aim. All it needed to do was breathe its scorching flames. Every time the Scarlet Flood Dragon made a move, the Thunder Light members would be thrown into panic. Bi Jian shouted fiercely, "Spread out. Be careful with this bastard." Even if he timely warned them, some people were still too late to avoid the Scarlet Flood Dragon's attack. It was mainly because the Scarlet Flood Dragon had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, so none of them were prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly covered 7 or 8 people, and before they could even scream, they were reduced to ashes. The Scarlet Flood Dragon didn't stop, of course, and as it was breathing fire, its enormous body turned around before charging through the scattered Thunder Light camp, dividing the hundreds of people into scattered groups. Its strong and powerful tail swept around with a fearsome momentum, swatting through the Thunder Light members. The tail attack was so strong that anyone who tried to block it ended up dying, while those who were brushed by it were left injured. The Scarlet Flood Dragon attack sent the Thunder Light fleeing. However, after just 3 breaths, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was showered with attacks from all directions. The disadvantage of its large size was that it was a huge target that couldn't be missed. Attacks that could destroy the heavens and the earth landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon, scattering away its fiery aura. Its sturdy scales fell off as it became bloody and injured in a flash. The Scarlet Flood Dragon roared in pain. However, the pain did not make it shrink back, and instead aroused its ferocious nature even more. It opened its jaws and spat flames again as it charged forward. Miserable screams resounded again as a dozen or so Thunder Light disciples in the forefront were reduced into balls of fire all at once, rolling on the ground in pain. In the midst of this chaos, Yang Kai also made his move. He manipulated space principles such that the space within a radius of 1,000 meters became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for his enemies to move freely or circulate the energy in their bodies. At the same time, he waved his hand to shoot out pitch-black moon blades one after another, sending them flying in all directions. Everyone standing before these blades was cut in half. A nauseating bloody smell filled the air as severed limbs and blood flew everywhere. The small hill had turned into a purgatory in a flash. Guiziyan was dumbstruck, and so were the dozen or so Scarlet Star members left. Only he wasn't surprised, and she watched Yang Kai's movements intently. However, an unusual gleam could be found in her pretty eyes. As far as those from Scarlet Star were concerned, everything they were seeing was impossible. Although they had already heard from different sources that the new 6th manager had killed Du Niangzi and Gan Hong to take their positions, at the end of the day they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Not to mention, the other Scarlet Star managers completely suppressed all news about Yang Kai's feat, as this kind of scandal was not to be spread out. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew about Yang Kai's fearsome strength. At this time, when Guiziyan saw Thunder Light's cultivators being mowed down like wheat in a field, none of them being able to stop that strange dark crescent moon-shaped attack, he realized just how terrifying this new 6th manager of theirs was. Even if someone tried to form a defensive shield around them, it would still be broken through just as easily, and they would still die like everyone else. The crescent moon-like attack was emanating terrifying principal fluctuations and appeared quite unfathomable. It was definitely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. In just 10 breaths, more than 30 people had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands, all of them dying extremely tragically. His battle record was even crueler than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. Our new sixth manager is so powerful. Guizi Yen stared blankly as his heart started racing, making his mouth feel parched. Soon, he summoned a long stick-like artifact and started charging forward. Yuhi, however, pulled him back and asked, staring at him, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to help," Guizi Yen replied without thinking. Yuhi scoffed, "How can you help? If you really go over, he would have to take care of you. Stop making trouble and stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guizi Yan's collar and threw him back. Guizi Yan was speechless, but after thinking about it, he also knew that the seventh manager was right. Although he was strong, they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all, so he couldn't exert any world force from his small universe. He really couldn't provide any help in this situation. If he really rushed over, he would only be adding to the chaos. He was unwilling, but Guizi Yen had no choice but to be patient. Yuhi chuckled. "If he really needs help, I would go help him. Still not your turn. So just sit back and watch." She didn't know Yang Kai's actual limit, but she knew that he was a master of the Tao of space. If he really couldn't win a fight, he could easily run away, so she wasn't worried about his safety at all. While the two were talking, nearly 30 more people lost their lives. They were either killed by the Scarlet Flood Dragon or beheaded by moonblades. Not a single one was left wounded. All lost their lives on the spot. It had only been a few dozen breaths, but Thunderlight had lost over 60 people already. Even if Thunderlight had a numerical advantage, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying rate of loss. The old man surnamed Zhu's eyes widened in anger, while Bei Jian was also on tenterhooks. Neither of them thought that Yang Kai's strength would be so astonishing. They thought that they would have an absolute advantage with so many people on their side and Yang Kai would easily be killed. They had never thought that their men would instead be killed, instead like leaves falling from the trees in autumn. Is he really an Emperor Realm cultivator? If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. But the facts were right in front of them. A human and a Scarlet Flood Dragon had actually charged into the hundreds of Thunder Light members alone, and forced the latter to flee in panic. "What are you all so afraid of? He is just one person. Fight back, you fools!" Bei Jian angrily shouted. The old man surnamed Zhu also roared. With their concentrated efforts, Thunder Light's side finally stabilized. They were caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and when Yang Kai's quick attack drew rivers of blood, the Thunder Light members were greatly frightened. Now, after hearing Bei Jian and the old man surnamed Zhu's rallying shouts, they finally began to compose themselves. There was only one person and one beast on the other side. No matter how strong he was, two palms couldn't block four fists. After paying the painful price of 100 casualties, Thunderlight's side finally managed to organize itself, forming small teams and working together. Deafening explosions rang one after another on the small hill, causing the world energy to be thrown into chaos. Violent shockwaves of different kinds of energies wreaked havoc, shattering space and collapsing the surrounding world. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's enormous body, causing it to roar in pain again and again. Its enormous body flipped around as its red scales were blasted off. Its entire body was covered in wounds and bleeding. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon under siege though, even Yang Kai couldn't escape from the enemy barrage. With attacks pouring down on him from every angle, Yang Kai had no room to escape, not that he was trying to. His body shook and his Tao seal released a thick and solid power of earth, forming a diamond-shaped transparent shield around him, leaving no openings. The diamond-shaped shield was radiating a great dragon's majesty and was constantly rotating around Yang Kai. It was completely impenetrable. Dragon Shield. When he was absorbing the Earth Dragon Bead's earth element in the Crouching Dragon Mountains, Yang Kai had comprehended this secret technique from it. This technique should be an innate dragon technique of the Earth Dragon stored inside its dragon bead. For other people, even if they had obtained that dragon bead, they might not be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. At most, they could only gather its earth element power. But Yang Kai had dragon blood flowing through his veins, so it was a matter of course for him to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Yang Kai had faced enemies using this technique. He had no idea about its effectiveness. so he secretly gathered his space principles and prepared to use nihility at any moment. Immediately after the Dragon Shield's secret technique was cast, deafening rumbles followed as attacks rained down on Yang Kai. All of a sudden, dazzling gleams filled Yang Kai's vicinity and he was nowhere to be seen. Bijian couldn't stop laughing at the sight as he scoffed, "Let's see how you will survive this." He was overjoyed. Yang Kai's previous performance had been completely shocking. He had never seen such a ferocious Emperor Realm Jr. before, and if such a character was allowed to grow, no one in the world would be able to rival him. At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bijian. But even a genius with outstanding talent needed time to grow. If he fell before developing, he wouldn't be considered anything. Hundreds of attacks landed on Yang Kai at once, so Bijian didn't believe the former could survive this. Even an open heaven realm master might raise the white flag in surrender, not to mention Yang Kai, who was just an Emperor Realm cultivator. Sixth manager. Gao Ziyan cried in shock. Yuhi's face was completely calm. Although she stood in her spot looking all calm and composed, her tightly clenched fist clearly betrayed her nervousness. She couldn't help but be nervous. There were too many Thunder Light cultivators, so the number of attacks that struck Yang Kai was equally great. Each and every secret technique and artifact attack was displayed with full strength. No one could take such a barrage head-on. Yang Kai was completely submerged in attacks. When the shockwaves and dazzling flashes finally dispersed though, a brave and heroic figure stood before everyone's eyes. The figure was completely unscathed. There was not even a crease on his clothes. Bijian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while the old man surnamed Zhu couldn't help but cry out loud, "Impossible!" He let out a long breath and patted her towering peaks in relief. At that moment, she was so nervous that her heart had almost jumped into her throat. The Thunder Light members were also dumbstruck. They all thought that Yang Kai would definitely die without even leaving behind a corpse after that wave of attacks. It never occurred to them that not only would he not die, but he not even be wounded. How did he do that? Yang Kai pursed his lips into a fierce grin. The Dragon Shield technique really lived up to his expectations. It was tough and durable. Although it failed to block all the attacks directed at him, its effectiveness exceeded his estimations by a large margin. In the end, it was an innate secret technique of a true Earth Dragon. It was condensed from the power of Earth refined from a great dragon bead, making it truly extraordinary. It resisted more than half of the attacks of over 100 people before shattering. The moment the Dragon Shield shattered, Yang Kai immediately used nihility to merge with the void, avoiding the remaining attacks. If not, how could he remain unscathed? The chaotic energy and the dazzling flashes obscured his movements, making everyone mistakenly think it was all thanks to the Dragon Shield he used. Even Yuhi thought so. The Thunder Light members despaired. If the Dragon Shield's secret technique was so strong, who could possibly hurt Yang Kai? Bijian's brow wildly twitched as he ground his teeth so hard that they were almost crushed. When he raised his eyes though, his gaze happened to meet Yang Kai's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart clenched as a dangerous premonition gripped his soul. Bijian hurriedly fled away without a moment of hesitation. "Where do you think you are going?" Yang Kai shouted as he raised his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. He then thrust the spear in Bijian's direction as he bravely charged towards him. A deafening dragon roar reverberated across the sky as the long spear swept away everything in its path. Anyone who blocked its way was killed on the spot. Over a dozen Thunder Light disciples were unable to avoid Yang Kai's charge in time and were blown away into blood mist. In an instant, the distance between the two shortened as the Azure Dragon Spear's tip rapidly grew bigger in Bijian's eyes, while the aura of death enveloped him. Bijian's soul almost left his body as he felt a chill shoot up his spine. He promptly shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me." At the same time, he swung the long sword in his hand. Releasing a sword wave that blotted up the sky shot straight towards Yang Kai. At the juncture of life and death, Bijian managed to squeeze out all the strength he could. When he swung the sword in his hand, he summoned a small banner-like artifact in other hand. That artifact immediately enlarged and formed a dazzling halo around him. The banner-like artifact was a one-time consumable and was definitely not cheap. When the old man surnamed Zhu heard Bijian's cry and turned to look, he saw Yang Kai thrusting out his spear, causing Bijian to back up again and again. Enraged, he roared, Junior, you dare? Just as he shouted, he punched towards Yang Kai's back. The punch was followed by howling winds and surging storms. The next moment, an enormous fist shadow struck Yang Kai. Yang Kai staggered, but his spear didn't falter for even a moment. Under the fearsome momentum, Bijian's sword wave was shattered as the azure dragon spear continued forward without losing speed, stabbing straight onto the white halo protecting Bijian. The all-conquering azure dragon spear was surprisingly unable to directly pierce through the white halo, which appeared extremely weak but was evidently extremely resilient. It caved in under the azure dragon spear's attack, but surprisingly it blocked the fatal thrust. Bijian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out into a cold sweat, but at this critical moment, the ferocity hidden in the depths of his heart was stimulated. He advanced instead of retreating, stabbing towards Yang Kai's eye with his sword. The sword tip was surrounded by a piercing sword aura and obviously carried a lethal power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in his body shone brightly as a raging fire element power poured into the azure dragon spear, heating it to the point it turned red-hot like smoldering lava. With a deafening crash, the white halo enveloping Bijian suddenly tore apart as the azure dragon spear plunged straight into Bijian's shoulder. At the same time, Bijian's sword thrust brushed past Yang Kai's brow. Fresh blood splashed on both sides as Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. The next moment, Bijian staggered with a look of unwillingness on his face. His aim wouldn't have been off had Yang Kai's explosive spear thrust not knocked him off balance. His sword would not have just slashed past Yang Kai's brow, but instead directly stabbed into his eye. However, he had missed his one opportunity and it would never come again. In the fleeting clash, both sides ended up injuring each other. The scene was extremely tragic. The old man surnamed Zhu didn't give Yang Kai any room to breathe and led a team of disciples to attack him from behind. The old man had his axe raised over his head at some point and swiftly chopped down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai promptly turned around and thrust out his spear, striking the axe blade. A tremendous recoil immediately passed through the axe, causing the old man surnamed Zhu's eyes to widen. The axe flew out of his grip as the recoil pushed him back. Strong. The old man surnamed Zhu happened to have the foundation of a fourth-order open heaven realm master, but he was still pushed back by Yang Kai's attack. The Thunder Light disciples who followed him weren't so lucky though. Yang Kai unleashed a barrage of thrusts, killing an Emperor Realm cultivator with each spear, sweeping through the Thunder Light members, killing over a dozen people on the spot. Hong Long Long. Another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from every direction. But this time, Yang Kai's figure distorted as he disappeared from the spot before the attacks could even reach him. All the attacks hit nothing but air. Using instantaneous movement, Yang Kai appeared right in front of Bijian and thrust his spear out. Bijian's face turned ashen. He was able to block Yang Kai's spear before because of his powerful artifact, but how could he have another such artifact on him? Still, he quickly condensed all his strength to resist this blow. To Bijian's surprise, however, the circulation of his strength was quite sluggish. He immediately noticed the abnormality in his body. He had no idea when, but a raging heat had at some point invaded him and was now flowing along the meridians of his body, wantonly burning everything in its path. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Bijian guessed what had happened. There must be some strange energy condensed on his spear that injured me. But what was the point of knowing that now? The scorching heat was potent enough to make his blood boil and had spread through his entire body, making it impossible for him to mobilize his full strength. Yang Kai's azure dragon spear split the air and pierced into Bijian's forehead before coming straight out of the back of his head. Bijian's eyes instantly widened before his figure froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a fourth-order open heaven realm master, would die at the hands of an Emperor Realm Junior. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was unable to turn the tables now. The only thing left to do was regret. If you reincarnate, remember to keep your eyes open and clearly see who you can and cannot offend. Yang Kai stared at him indifferently. The azure dragon spear in his hand shook as Bijian's head exploded the next moment while his headless corpse fell to the ground. Sir Bijian was killed. He was killed by an Emperor Realm cultivator. All the Thunderlight members who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stupefied and didn't dare to take any rash action. All of them witnessed Yang Kai madly slaughtering their comrades. So how could they have the guts to take any action? In a flash, within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai, everything went silent. 1,000 meters away, the 300 meters long Scarlet Flood Dragon was rampaging, angrily roaring as it ceaselessly fought with another group of Thunderlight disciples. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was an ominous beast native to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and was fairly strong. It had killed a lot of people during the battle, but at the end of the day it was still just one beast. Its strength was already declining as its entire body was covered in bloody wounds. Who knew how many of its scarlet scales had fallen off? The most terrifying wound was left by an attack that almost cut it in half. It was surrounded by over 100 people at all times, attacked by earth-shattering techniques again and again, draining its strength ceaselessly. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger and roared with anger. Yang Kai looked over and coldly snorted. He instantly teleported above Scarlet Flood Dragon's head, that was as big as a house, and set the Azure Dragon Spear beside him, standing it erect while his hands formed a set of seals. As his hand seals changed, a mysterious force swirled around Yang Kai. Suddenly and slowly, a low voice resonated in everyone's ears. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Yang Kai pushed his palms out, and in a flash time froze. Everyone's thoughts stagnated for a short moment, and even he and the others from Scarlet Star, who were watching from a distance, felt their thoughts slow slightly. By the time they recovered, the palm had already landed. Yang Kai had launched his attack towards the densest crowd of enemies, catching about 20 people in the Timefly's seal's range. Under the erosion of time, those 20 had their hair turn gray and fall out in an instant. Their bodies withered as their vitality drained. The Scarlet Flood Dragon swept them a divine dragon tail sweep, smashing these 20 or so people into bloody mist, invincible and unstoppable. Thunderlight had come in a very threatening manner, but not only did they lose over 100 members, they even lost a manager like BGN. They had suffered a huge loss today. The old man surnamed Zhu ground his teeth. He then turned his head and looked at he and the others, who had been watching the battle from a distance, before raising his arm and ordering, "Follow me. I can't beat that filthy beast or that boy Yang Kai, but I can take the lives of those Scarlet Star members. As long as I can take these people down, no one will be able to claim that Thunderlight lost one-sidedly. If I can capture them, I can even negotiate with that Yang Kai to at least let my remaining subordinates and I retreat." With just one order, several dozen people gathered in an instant, rushing towards he and the others under the old man surnamed Zhu's lead. Scarlet Star's dozen or so members were still immersed in the shock of what they just witnessed today and were unable to return to their senses for a long time. They all thought that they would die today, but none of them expected their sixth manager to be so strong. The Scarlet Star members were pleasantly surprised and excited after everything they witnessed. Everyone had a bright and happy look on their faces. They were even more glad that they didn't defect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the chance to witness such a magnificent battle. As soon as they turned their heads and saw the old man surnamed Zhu rushing over with several dozen more people, they immediately became tense. Just because the sixth manager could kill hundreds of people easily on his own didn't mean that Thunderlight was easy to deal with, rather it was just because he was ridiculously strong. They had fought with Thunderlight countless times, and both sides had killed their fair share of the other's members. Naturally, Scarlet Star knew how difficult and powerful Thunderlight was. Several dozen masters were coming at them, and more importantly, they were led by the old man surnamed Zhu. How could so few members of Scarlet Star be their opponents? Each and everyone turned their gazes at he and Guizi Yen, waiting for their orders. Guizi Yen clenched his long stick-like artifact as his blood started boiling. Judging by the look on his face, he was very eager to fight. Having seen the strength of the sixth manager with his own eyes, he couldn't wait to follow behind him to kill, throwing away any notion of his own safety. On the other hand, Yuhi's face turned extremely solemn as she took a step forward and ordered, "Don't make any rash moves." While speaking, she summoned her little flower umbrella artifact and slowly started spinning its handle. The little flower umbrella slowly rotated, and as it did, it rapidly enlarged, instantly covering the dozen or so people behind it. At the same time, silk thread-like projections dropped down from the edge of the umbrella, turning into an invisible barrier. The old man surnamed Zhu, who was leading the charge, grit his teeth and let out a war cry at the sight of this. The next moment, he swung the axe in his hand. Immediately after, the several dozen people following behind him also triggered their artifacts and cast their secret techniques. Instantly, numerous ripples appeared on the protection barrier around the Scarlet Star members, as if pieces of stone were thrown into a calm lake, creating a series of waves. Yui formed hand seals as she poured her strength into the little flower umbrella madly, but even if she had the foundation of the Fifth Order open heaven and the defense of the little flower umbrella was strong, it couldn't last for long. In just 10 breaths, the little flower umbrella had already started flickering and its glow had dampened. The barrier around everyone was on the verge of breaking. Perhaps the shield around everyone would be completely broken at any moment. And when that happened, except for Yu He and Guizi Yen, who were open heaven realm masters and might be able to escape, the remaining members of Scarlet Star would die without a complete corpse. After somehow maintaining the shield for another 3 breaths, Yui couldn't hold in any more and shouted at Yang Kai, "Young master, if you don't help me now, I'll die." "Good." Yang Kai took a step from the head of the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and by the time his foot fell, he was already above the old man surnamed Zhu. The next moment, space principles flared as he thrust the Azure Dragon spread down. A spinning black ball the size of a fist appeared at the tip of the spear. It was radiating an aura that could annihilate everything in its path. Feeling its destructive power, the old man surnamed Zhu's face greatly changed. He raised his hands high and hefted his axe over his head to block the oncoming spear. With the loud bang, the black ball at the tip of the Azure Dragon's spear ballooned all of a sudden, sweeping across a range of several hundred meters before rapidly shrinking back and disappearing the next moment. Everything within a range of several dozen meters, including space itself, had disappeared, leaving only a tiny black hole radiating the aura of nihility and chaos. The edges of the black hole undulated as the void was slowly repairing itself under the influence of the local world principles. But a dozen or so Thunder Light disciples within the radius of destruction had disappeared without a trace, not even able to let out a scream before they perished. Thousands of meters away, the old man surnamed Zhu's brow twitched wildly, staring at the black hole in awe and terror. Just now, he saw an opportunity to escape, and did so without hesitation. Otherwise, he too would have been seriously injured, if not dead. He glanced at the axe in his hand and realized that its spirituality had been severely damaged. After the first attack, Yang Kai attacked twice more, killing over a dozen more Thunder Light disciples. The rest immediately fled, thereby resolving the crisis Yu He and the others were facing. Yang Kai looked back and saw that the Scarlet Flood Dragon situation had also stabilized. Yang Kai's short help had relieved a lot of the pressure it was facing. At the moment, it was filled with fury as it kept biting and flicking its tail, chasing and killing the Thunder Light disciples around it, completely ignoring its own tragic injuries. At the end of the day, it was an ominous beast, one that went completely feral after losing its sanity. Yang Kai, holding his spear, looked at the old man surnamed Zhu and pointed its blade at him as he grinned, "Old dog, time for you to die." The old man surnamed Zhu was completely regretful. Their group had started off with 2 open heaven realm masters and hundreds of Emperor realm disciples, but they were still slaughtered by Yang Kai and the Scarlet Flood Dragon. Now, half of their group was either dead or mortally wounded. How could the rest still have the courage to continue fighting? In his heart, he was secretly cursing Bijian. How the hell did he offend this little monster? He is too terrifying. With him in Scarlet Star, what can Thunder Light do to compete with him? He might be thinking all kinds of things, but he didn't stop for a moment. His figure burst into a mist of blood as he fled into the distance, leaving a streak of bloody light behind. Having realized that the things had taken a turn for the worse, the old man fled straight away. He didn't even bother about the 100 or so Thunder Light disciples who were still alive. When the old man surnamed Zhu had already run away, how could the disciples under him have the courage to continue fighting? They abandoned their opponents and scattered away like birds and beasts. Staring at the streak of bloody light shooting towards the horizon, Yang Kai mocked with a grin, "You want to run? Do you really think you can escape from this king?" Yang Kai gripped his spear and began to condense his space principles to give chase. However, right then, an unexpected change occurred. A mournful cry came from the depths below, and the next moment, the ground quaked before a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from somewhere near the top of the mountain. Everyone within 1,000 kilometers could see it clearly. Immediately after the beam of light emerged, an enormous body some 300 meters in length also appeared. It was none other than the Earth Dragon released by Yang Kai before. The Earth Dragon had been looking for the Yuan magnetism divine stones under the mountain. Yang Kai hadn't summoned it even during the fight. It simply came out on its own. However, who knows what the Earth Dragon had encountered underground, but it was covered in wounds. It kept shaking its head and flicking its tail as the mysterious light kept shooting into the sky, raining blood and screaming constantly. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. He didn't have the time to hunt down the old man surnamed Zhu now. Suddenly, swishing sounds rang out as the artifacts lying on the ground flew through the air, as if an invisible hand had grabbed them and threw them towards the mysterious beam of light. These artifacts were all owned by Thunder Light disciples who had lost their lives at the hand of Yang Kai and the Scarlet Flood Dragon. After their death, these artifacts were scattered on the ground, and no one had shown any interest towards them. Not only these unowned artifacts, though, but even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were all drawn over by an invisible force. It appeared as if they wanted to throw themselves into the beam of light. Yang Kai saw quite clearly that there were quite a few Thunder Light disciples who were fleeing when the artifacts in their hands were suddenly sucked away. What's more, no matter how hard they tried to summon back their artifacts, it was all in vain. On Scarlet Star's side, the long stick in Guiziyan's hand was also shaking. It scared Guiziyan greatly, who immediately put it away, a look of surprise filling his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the light dimmed down in a matter of few breaths, greatly losing their spirituality and turning into nothing but scrap. Yuan magnetic divine light. Yuhi tenderly cried as her pretty eyes looked at the mysterious beam shooting into the sky. In a momentary lapse of her concentration, the damaged little flower umbrella returned to its original state and flew straight towards the Yuan magnetic divine light. Yuhi was greatly shocked and cried miserably, "My umbrella!" She reached out to grab it, but all she caught was air. She then used her divine sense to recall it, but the little flower umbrella was also not listening to her commands. After this momentary delay, it was already too late to give chase. Seeing that her little flower umbrella was about to be taken away by the Yuan magnetic divine light just like all the other artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. The little flower umbrella was very meaningful for her. It was gifted to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as her most precious treasure. She was already distressed over the fact that it got damaged today, but now that she was about to lose it completely, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale. A figure suddenly flashed in her field of vision as a hand grabbed the little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked in by the Yuan magnetic divine light. Yuhi was pleasantly surprised, and her pretty eyes focused on the figure. She felt heartfelt gratitude towards him that could not be described in mere words. Mid-air, Yang Kai, grabbing the little flower umbrella, furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had stopped this artifact at the critical moment with his instantaneous movement, he could obviously feel an unbelievably strong pull coming from the Yuan magnetic divine light, trying to yank the little flower umbrella away from his hand. This Yuan magnetic divine light is quite strange. The figure flickered again as Yang Kai arrived before Yuhi and handed her the little flower umbrella. Yuhi took it with a smile and bowed to him. "Thank you, young master." She didn't risk giving the little flower umbrella a thorough check but quickly put it away instead. Even Yuhi's little flower umbrella was almost sucked away. But Yang Kai's azure dragon spear didn't move, which was quite puzzling. How can a pile of scrap metal be compared with this king's artifact? Yang Kai snorted. Having said that, it was only after being reminded by Guiziyan that he realized that his azure dragon spear was indeed not affected by the Yuan magnetic divine light. So to say, although the Yuan magnetic divine light was impressive, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact of the azure dragon spear's level could ignore its pull. When Guo Ziyan and the other Scarlet Star members heard this, they were beyond belief. They realized that their sixth manager really didn't have any humility. However, thinking about the phenomenal strength he had just shown them, he really had all the qualifications to boast. The Thunderlight disciples had already escaped, leaving over 100 mutilated corpses on the mountain. A thick and nauseating smell of blood was lingering in the air as the ground was littered with pieces of flesh and severed limbs, depicting the fierceness and cruelty of the previous battle. Yang Kai commanded, "Clean up the battlefield." Guo Ziyan cupped his fists and responded, "Yes, sir." He took the command very sincerely. Before, when he was assigned under Yang Kai, Guo Ziyan was just obeying orders from his superiors without much thought. In fact, he didn't think that Yang Kai deserved to be the sixth manager. After all, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm Junior while he was a second-order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could he be subservient to Yang Kai? However, it was an order from the top, so he had to obey it. Setting aside what expression was on his face, he hadn't submitted to Yang Kai in his heart. Now though, having witnessed Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes and watching him butcher Bijian like a dog while forcing the old man surnamed Zhu to flee, Guo Ziyan felt ashamed of his inferior strength. At the same time, he felt lucky to be able to follow someone as strong as the sixth manager. It wasn't just him, all the surviving Scarlet Star disciples were looking at Yang Kai with reverence. The Scarlet Flood Dragon, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found after it gave chase to the fleeing Thunderlight disciples. Yang Kai couldn't recall it, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Even though it was seriously injured, it was an exotic beast in the end. It had pretty strong inherent restorative abilities, and once it had vented all its anger, it would return on its own. The dozen or so Scarlet Star members began cleaning up the battlefield, gathering the Thunderlight disciples' space rings. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was staring at the Yuan magnetic divine light which shot straight into the sky. All the artifacts had been taken away by the Yuan magnetic divine light and had been reduced to dust. Just based on this, the fearsome might of the Yuan magnetic divine light was quite apparent. When he probed it with his divine sense, the Yuan magnetic divine light gave off the same fluctuations as the Yuan magnetic divine stones he had found, but far denser and more concentrated. The Earth Dragon moved its enormous body as it flew towards Yang Kai and landed before him. Its huge mouthparts were squirming, and its entire body was covered in horrendous wounds, as if it had been cut by thousands of knives. There was almost no place intact on its body, and it was almost severed in two in several places, revealing its wiggling internal organs. If the Scarlet Flood Dragon had suffered such injuries, it probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. The Earth Dragon injuries were far more serious than what the Scarlet Flood Dragon had suffered at the hands of Thunderlight disciples. But fortunately, it was an Earth Dragon, so its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary Earth Dragon might survive after being cut into two, let alone an ominous beast that had evolved in this unique environment. Therefore, although its injuries were far more serious than that of the Scarlet Flood Dragon, its life wasn't in danger. Nonetheless, the divine sense fluctuations it was transmitting were filled with grievance, like a child who was beaten by others when it was away from home and had come back to complain. Yang Kai found it both irksome and funny at the same time. He knew that the Earth Dragon had been digging a hole in the mountain, but he had no idea how deep it went before it forced this Yuan magnetic divine light to appear. Obviously, it was hurt by the divine light. Otherwise, it would not have suffered such hideous wounds. Yang Kai threw a few healing pills into its wiggling mouth, as well as 2 dragon blood pills before the Earth Dragon finally quieted down. "Young Master, since such a strong Yuan magnetic divine light is shooting up from this mountain, there must be a high-quality Yuan magnetism divine stone down below, the nearby Yuhi stated. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and rebuffed with a look of disgust on his face. "Can you act normally?" Every time she called him young master, he felt like she was acting crazy. A powerful fifth-order open heaven realm master being so subservient was unnerving. Yuhi stared at him with her pretty eyes and replied, "Young master for a day is a young master for life." Yang Kai was rendered speechless by her reply. He was too lazy to care about her any further and pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think the order of this Yuan magnetic divine light is?" Yuhi replied without giving it another thought, "Sixth order." Yang Kai gently nodded. It was in line with his judgment too. If the Yuan magnetic divine light was of higher order, he would have been prompted by his Tao seal to absorb it in order to refine his metal element. After having condensed his earth element, it was time to condense his metal element. Unfortunately, the Yuan magnetic divine light was still a little lacking, which made Yang Kai sigh. But in any case, 7th order and above treasures were extremely rare. He was already lucky to have found the immortal tree, the golden crow's true fire, and the great earth dragon bead. It wasn't that easy to find treasures of the 7th order and above. Everything depended on one's luck and opportunity. Young master, are you not going to absorb it? He asked, looking at him. You already know my thoughts, so why ask? Yang Kai lightly snorted. He sighed in her heart. She wished Yang Kai would gather the 6th order Yuan magnetic divine light, so even if Yang Kai's foundation were completely laid, he could only advance to the 6th order open heaven realm. After that, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Yang Kai's eyes gleamed, looking at the Yuan magnetic divine light shooting into the sky. Although he did not want to use it to condense his metal element, if he could collect it, he could use it to cultivate a powerful divine ability. Yang Kai had witnessed the fearsome might of the Yuan magnetic divine light with his own eyes. Even an exotic beast like the earth dragon couldn't stand the damage caused by it. Furthermore, it pulled away many artifacts the moment it appeared. If he could use the Yuan magnetic divine light to cultivate a divine ability, its power would surely be extraordinary. Unfortunately, even the cleverest woman couldn't cook a meal without rice. He couldn't use the Yuan magnetic divine light to cultivate a divine ability without the corresponding secret art. Can you use it? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi shook her head in denial. I can't. She obviously knew what Yang Kai was asking about, so afterward she added, but you can find a way to collect it first and then plan how to use it later. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I guess I can only do this for now. Saying so, his figure flickered as he flew straight towards the Yuan magnetic divine light, arriving at the top of the mountain in a flash. The pit drilled by the earth dragon wasn't small, but the Yuan magnetic divine light shooting out of the pit showed no signs of abating. It was a proof in itself of how abundant the Yuan magnetic divine light was. Yang Kai shook the Fated Paths bag and immediately caused it to enlarge. Afterwards, he flipped it over and placed it over the pit, covering it entirely. The Yuan magnetic divine light that was shooting into the sky disappeared in the blink of an eye, pouring into the 6 Fated Paths bag. Yang Kai observed it for a while before he set his mind at ease, standing there and waiting. He had no idea if the 6 Fated Paths bag could withstand the Yuan magnetic divine light, so what he did just now was just a trial, and it seemed to be working. The 6 Fated Paths bag could grow bigger or smaller depending on his will, and its interior space was extremely mysterious. Could easily house both the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Floor Dragon, so naturally it could collect the Yuan magnetic divine light too. Guizi Yen flew over and handed Yang Kai a bunch of space rings as he reported, 6th Manger. This is everything. Yang Kai gave a nod before putting all the space rings away. He didn't have the time to check them now, so he decided to take inventory of their contents after he had returned to the Star City. Guizi Yen glanced at the Fated Paths bag covering the pit before speaking in a low voice. 6th Manager, do you want to send a message back? Why should I send a message back? Yang Kai glanced at him. Guizi Yen replied, there are a lot of people here investigating the sudden change that occurred. Although you are strong, there are too many people gathered on this Yuan magnetic mountain. I'm afraid you're afraid that 2 fists can't block 4 hands. Guizi Yen added, that is one of the reasons. The other is that the Yuan magnetic divine light appeared, so there must be a lot of high-order Yuan magnetism divine stones down below. We have only a few members, so I'm afraid. Yang Kai replied. We are tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. It will be too late by the time they reply. Guizi Yen thought about it and agreed. If he sent a message back, by the time Scarlet Star provided reinforcements, the issue at hand would have already been settled. He cupped his fists and continued, 6th Manager. If you really need something, you don't need to worry about anything. Our men will take care of it. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. While the two were chatting with each other, many people could be seen approaching from afar. Apparently, everyone had been alarmed by the Yuan magnetic divine light and had come to check out what happened. The first to arrive was a group of over a dozen people. The leader of this group was a burly bald man. There was a fierce look on his face and he was radiating an evil aura. He landed on the ground and swept his gaze around, his eyes flickering when he saw you, his beautiful figure. The next moment, a flash of greed flickered in his eyes as he wiped the drool at the corner of his mouth and asked, "Brat, the Yuan magnetic divine light just appeared here. Did you see it?" Yang Kai calmly replied, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense! The Yuan magnetic divine light was so obvious, how could you possibly not see it? Are you blind?" Guiziyen, leading the dozen or so Scarlet Star members, stood behind Yang Kai, looking at the burly bald man in pity. If this guy knew that the sixth manager had just killed hundreds of Thunder Light disciples, he wouldn't dare act so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the stalwart bald man and whispered something in his ear, glancing at the 6 Fated Paths bag. The bald man turned his gaze towards the 6 Fated Paths bag before ordering, pointing at the bag, "Kid, is that thing yours? Take it off, I want to check it. Just because you say so, I need to obey? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered. The bald man's expression turned grim upon hearing this. "Brat, do what I tell you to do while I'm asking nicely, otherwise what?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. The next moment, he raised his hand as the Earth Dragon, who was healing from its wounds on another mountain, rushed over. It was extremely fast and was already standing before them in the blink of an eye. His condition was a lot better than before, but it still looked pretty miserable. Be that as it may, the fearsome aura it was radiating, the mucus dripping from its wiggling mouth, and its 300 meters long body was a huge deterrent. The burly bald man was instantly flabbergasted. Gulping nervously, he stared at the Earth Dragon in a daze. He couldn't help but back away in fear while the dozen or so people following behind also looked terrified. "Scram or die!" Yang Kai coldly glared at them. A look of humiliation instantly appeared on the bald man's face. Nonetheless, he was intimidated by the might of the Earth Dragon and dared not attack. Fortunately for him, groups of cultivators flew over and landed in the vicinity one after another. In the blink of an eye, hundreds had gathered atop the small mountain, and as time passed, more and more arrived. Everyone who came later furrowed their brow. Although everyone knew that the Yuan magnetic divine light would definitely attract all the people in the vicinity, the number was still far beyond what they had imagined. From time to time, divine sense fluctuations could be felt as people were secretly discussing with one another. Suddenly, the burly bald shouted, "The Yuan magnetic divine light is inside that bag. What are you guys waiting for?" He quickly stepped back as he shouted, trying to hide himself in the crowd. Be that as it may, Yang Kai didn't give him a chance and stared at him as a grim smile appeared on his lips. "Kill him!" The Earth Dragon behind Yang Kai shot out like an arrow fired from a bow. Its enormous mouth had completely covered the position where the burly bald man stood. The burly bald man screamed out loud before everything went dark. When the Earth Dragon lifted its head from the ground, the burly bald man was nowhere to be found. Not only him, but a dozen or so people around him had disappeared in an instant. Only miserable screams could be heard coming from the Earth Dragon's belly. Everyone around was horrified at the sight of this. Some people silently backed away, moving as far away as possible from the Earth Dragon. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't display their full strength, so it was really difficult to deal with this kind of ominous beast. No one wanted to fight against it. An elderly man looked at Yang Kai as a slight furrow appeared on his brow. "Friend, that man just spoke a single sentence, and you killed him for that. Isn't that too much?" The old man had a calm and composed aura, but the look on his face was serious. Obviously, he was an Open Heaven Realm Master, and there were many people behind him, as many as 30. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's Orchid Union's manager Hui." Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed into the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog and fell into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. So in addition to the 3 great forces of the Star City, Thunder Light, Scarlet Star, and Sword Pavilion, other cultivators knew that it was best to stick together. This gave birth to many big and small organizations, just like how Dingy timely raised his flag and established Emperor Heaven. Orchid Union was also a similar influence established in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Such great forces were like fish in the river, countless in number. Most of the great forces didn't have open heaven realm masters. After all, the open heaven cultivators weren't pebbles by the roadside that could be seen at will. Only a few great forces had open heaven realm masters leading them. Although Orchid Union didn't have many people, he was a third-order open heaven realm master. He was strong and could subdue the public. Senior who was right, this boy regards human life like nothing. He doesn't seem like anything good. Another young man agreed, looking at Yang Kai with a sinister gaze. Profound Cloud Society's boss? Liao Yi. Someone identified the young man. Liao Yi raised his head with a proud look on his face. Young man, I advise you to remove the bag. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dissuade the crowd. Another Great Forces manager stated. With these three people speaking up, the rest of the group immediately became emboldened. Everyone had seen the Yuan magnetic divine light appear, so they had rushed over to investigate. But when they arrived, the Yuan magnetic divine light was nowhere to be seen. Originally, they had been somewhat puzzled, but the bald man's shout before his death had enlightened them. Although they didn't know what was so special about this bag, it was the most suspicious thing on this mountain. It was definitely this thing that had blocked out the Yuan magnetic divine light, so how could they be willing to accept it? For a moment, the crowd was filled with rage. Even though the Earth Dragon had killed more than a dozen people at the outset, they were still cursing at Yang Kai. Liao Yi stared greedily at the 6 Fated Paths bag. A bag that could block the Yuan magnetic divine light was definitely extraordinary, and in this situation, this bag could actually collect the Yuan magnetic divine light. This trip to the Yuan magnetic mountain would not have been in vain if he could obtain this bag. Thinking so, Liao Yi angrily shouted, "Brat, are you taking this bag away or not?" The loud noise lingered in Yang Kai's ears, but he remained calm, the threats around him like a cool breeze. Hearing the loudest shouts, Yang Kai turned to look at Liao Yi. "So what if I take it away? So what if I don't?" Liao Yi coldly snorted. "If you take it away, everything will be fine, but if you don't, you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Displeased, Liao Yi turned to Hu Yi and asked, "Senior Hu, what do you say?" Hu Yi stated in a low voice, "Since this boy is so stubborn, let's see what kind of end he will face after causing public outrage." Liao Yi burst into laughter. "That's exactly what I want. A mere Emperor Realm cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has this beast? We might as well join forces to capture this beast first before carefully teaching him how to show proper respect." "Good." Hui nodded his agreement. Liao Yi summoned his spear with the shake of his hand and pointed it towards the Earth Dragon, shouting, "Kill!" Saying so, he was the first to rush forward and thrust his spear out at the Earth Dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear, it was still quite extraordinary. Following right behind him were the people from Profound Cloud Society. As soon as he made his move, 100 or so other people present immediately launched their attacks at the Earth Dragon, especially the Open Heaven Stage Masters. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no grievances with Yang Kai before, so at this time, they were unwilling to offend him easily. The Yuan magnetic divine light had already injured the Earth Dragon, leaving it quite miserable, so now that these countless attacks had struck it, causing its blood to splash everywhere, in pain, it opened its mouth and spewed its corrosive mucus everywhere at random. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were hit by the sticky mucus, causing them to cry out in pain. It was too late for them to retreat as the sticky mucus was extremely corrosive and instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Yi, and the other Open Heaven Stage Masters were all shocked. Originally, seeing the Earth Dragon riddled with wounds, they had thought it was a soft persimmon. But who would have thought that this fellow would be so slippery? Many of their attacks landed on it, but none of them had caused significant damage. On the contrary, many of their allies suffered heavy wounds after it retaliated. They really didn't know how this strange beast had suffered such grievous injuries. However, since they had already taken action, it was naturally impossible for them to back down now. The deaths of these dozen or so people didn't cause them to retreat and instead attracted even more to attack. Seeing this, He couldn't help but take action, while Guiziyan and the others were also filled with righteous indignation, each of them secretly circulating their strength, waiting for Yang Kai's command to rush forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them and whispered, "It won't die so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth dragon shook its head and flicked its tail before plunging into the ground, creating a large hole and disappearing. If it had been in its peak state, it would have been able to hold out for a while against the 100 or so people's attacks, but now that it was seriously injured, how could it be a match for them? If it couldn't beat them, it would naturally flee. The earth dragon's instinctive reaction was to burrow underground, so everyone's attack hit nothing but air. The death of more than a dozen people had been in vain. Looking at the huge hole in the ground, no one dared to pursue, all of them standing there stunned. In the crowd, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Liao Yibai, who was rushing straight towards the 6 Fated Paths bag with one hand holding a spear and the other reaching towards it with an excited expression. Seeing that the Fated Paths bag was shaking nonstop, it was obvious that it had already collected a lot of Yuan magnetic divine light. Liao Yibai secretly made up his mind that he would immediately flee after snatching this bag. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered with them. This bag was a treasure, and the Yuan magnetic divine light stored inside was also a treasure. His harvest would be excellent as long as he could succeed. Although his movements were fast, it was impossible for him to hide from the observation of the open heaven stage masters present. Seeing this, they secretly cursed Liao Yibai for being so quick to act, as all of them swiftly used their respective movement skills and chased after him. The space in front of the 6 Fated Paths bag trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Yibai, who was charging at the forefront, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn Emperor Realm brat from before. Immediately he shouted in anger, "All who dare block my way will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his spear and thrust it forward with an unstoppable might. If it was an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator facing such a thrust, they would not be able to do anything other than dodge. Yang Kai obviously had no intention of doing so. "A spear user? I'm also a spear user." Yang Kai smiled at Liao Yibai, stretched out his hand, and gripped the Azure Dragon spear. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai also thrust out his spear in a simple way without any fancy movements. Liao Yibai was enraged at the sight of this. A mere Emperor Realm brat actually dared to be presumptuous before him? From another perspective, it meant this boy simply didn't put him in his eyes. Otherwise, how could he have so boldly thrust his spear forward? Enraged, Liao Yibai poured all his strength into his spear, determined to kill Yang Kai on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided as a violent shock wave spread outward. Liao Yibai, who was originally full of confidence, had his eyes bulge in shock. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the long spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered and its fragments flew everywhere. Immediately afterward, Liao Yibai's figure suddenly came to a stop in midair as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long spear piercing through his chest, coming straight out of his back. He couldn't help but gulp in fear before looking up at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're nothing much." Yang Kai lifted his nose and looked up at him arrogantly. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but how could Yang Kai give him a chance? With a wave of his Azure Dragon spear, a burst of power swept out, causing Liao Yibai's body to explode into a blood mist that scattered everywhere. Yang Kai waved his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring, stuffing it into his own without even looking at it. Everyone fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai, dumbfounded, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The open heaven stage masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the 6 Fated Paths bag all felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place, not daring to move forward. None of them could believe what they were seeing. An open heaven stage master was actually blown into smithereens by a single spear thrust from an Emperor Realm Jr.? Not even Liao Yibai's artifact remained intact. Was this young man really an Emperor Realm cultivator? Was he some kind of high-rank open heaven stage master in disguise? However, under the perception of their divine senses, Yang Kai really didn't have the aura of an open heaven master. On the contrary, traces of him being only an emperor realm cultivator were extremely obvious. Guo Ziyan sneered in his heart. A ragtag mob wants to make an enemy out of the sixth manager? They're really overestimating themselves. The hundreds of Thunder Light cultivators, who had ganged up on Yang Kai before, had been half slaughtered. Even a fourth-order open heaven realm master like Bijian had died on the spot, let alone a piece of trash like Liao Yibai. It was undeniable that Guo Ziyan had never imagined that an emperor realm cultivator could possess such terrifying combat strength before today. Everything he had seen had completely toppled his understanding of the martial Dao, but the hot blood surging in his veins told him that compared to Du Nyangzi, he was more willing to serve under Yang Kai. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity everyone could have. The corners of Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Yang Kai and then at the azure dragon spear in his hand, asking bitterly, "What did you do?" In that confrontation just now, none of them had been able to see what had happened clearly. In an instant, all they saw was Liao Yibai, who was at the front of the crowd, suddenly coming to a stop. The next thing they knew, he exploded. Everything happened too quickly. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai held his spear with one hand, exuding an imposing aura like he alone could handle everyone as he coldly swept his gaze across the battlefield. Who else wants to die? No one dared to move. Having witnessed Liao Yibai's end, seeing how he was killed on the spot, no one among the remaining open heaven realm masters dared to act rashly. At the very least, until they understood the true strength of this spear-wielding young man, no one dared to provoke him. All of them felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. This damned grand ancient ruins boundary with its damned rolling fog. If not for this, how could a mere Emperor Realm Jr. be worthy of their attention? He would have long been dealt with by the crowd. The people from Profound Cloud Society were both angry and depressed. Their leader had been killed right before their eyes and had even been called trash. Yet they didn't even have the strength to avenge him. Thousands of people on the mountaintop were all silent at this moment. Only the sound of the 6 Fated Paths bag vibrating constantly was heard. In Yang Kai's perception, the Yuan magnetic divine light that had been shooting up from underground was pouring straight into the 6 Fated Paths bag, filling it. At this moment, the bag was about half full. Yang Kai didn't know if he could fill up the entire 6 Fated Paths bag, but he was still quite excited. In this strange silence, a loud bang rang out as a huge pit appeared in the ground. The earth dragon, which had previously burrowed into the earth, suddenly poked its head out and swallowed a few cultivators, catching them off guard before drilling back into the ground with lightning speed. It had been miserably beaten up by these people and had to hide itself underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. Obviously, it was holding a grudge. Everyone was shocked and quickly flew up into the sky. The open heaven realm masters glanced at each other, communicating with each other via divine sense. Even though they knew that the Yuan magnetic divine light was under the bag, they had no choice but to helplessly watch it be taken away. Naturally, they all felt depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked towards the distant sky. He noticed densely packed streaks of sword light flying over from the west. The sword light in the lead was like a meteor, piercing across the heavens. This group was still a few hundred kilometers away, but the sword intent had already reached them, filling the air. Feeling this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help turning to look in that direction. When they saw what was happening, Hu Yi and the other open heaven realm masters' eyes lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guo Ziyan's expression became serious as he quickly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly in understanding. In the previous Star City, there were originally 3 great forces: Thunder Light, Scarlet Star, and Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Sword Pavilion had the least. Thunder Light and Scarlet Star, on the other hand, were about equal in size, but it was Sword Pavilion that had the greatest overall strength. In the Star City, Sword Pavilion controlled almost half of the shops and territory, while the remaining half was divided between Scarlet Star and Thunder Light. From this, it could be seen just how strong Sword Pavilion was. The 3 great forces of the Star City had been fighting each other for millennia, so when Guo Ziyan saw the overwhelming sword light approaching, he immediately recognized these people. Everyone from Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword Dao and had strong murderous intent. Their fighting style was ruthless, and they were famous throughout the Star City. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to fight against Sword Pavilion. Xianxia had forced his way into Scarlet Star and had fought with Thunder Light earlier. He had never had any conflicts with Sword Pavilion. However, news about the Yuan Magnetic Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was only natural for Sword Pavilion disciples to rush over to investigate. After all, both Scarlet Star and Thunder Light had arrived. For some unknown reason, Hui and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had all gathered together to welcome Sword Pavilion. As the sword light flashed over, figures appeared in front of everyone one after another. The leader of this group was a man with a fiery red head of hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified look on his face. Behind him was a woman dressed in palace robes and a young man. These three people were exuding the aura of the Open Heaven Realm, indicating their status as masters. Each of them possessed an overwhelming sword intent, especially the red-haired man in the lead. Standing there, he was like a peerless sword, its sharpness intimidating all around him. The woman in palace robes didn't exude such an overbearing aura, but her beauty was extraordinary. She was extremely fair and had voluptuous peaks. Her eyes were bright and limpid. Her hair was casually tied into a bun. On the other hand, the young man was handsome and a fiery glint could be seen in his eyes every time he blinked, like there was a fire burning in their depths. He was carrying a blue long sword on his back and his long robes were flapping along with the wind, giving him a heroic air. Guizi Yen was afraid that Xianxia didn't know how powerful these three people were, so he quickly introduced them. Sixth manager. Those three are leaders of Sword Pavilion. The red-haired is Zhang Fan, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The woman is Lu Shui, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the young man is Luo Qingyun, also a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xianxia nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. But he was a little surprised in his heart. He was surprised by the fact that Zhang Fan was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Doesn't it mean that he is on par with the head manager of Scarlet Star? He wondered what Zhang Fan's ranking in Sword Pavilion was. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could be considered a powerhouse in the 3,000 worlds, enough to occupy a spirit province and establish a sect of their own. On the other side, Hui and the others went up to him and said something to Zhang Fan. The next moment, Zhang Fan glanced at Xianxia, his eyes flickering with aggression. A moment later, Zhang Fan nodded slightly and flew towards the top of the mountain, followed closely by the Sword Pavilion disciples. Not many people from Sword Pavilion had come this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together, they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent that constantly lingered around them caused everyone on the mountaintop to unconsciously distance themselves from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really a Yuan magnetic divine light underneath this bag? Zhang Fan glanced over at Xianxia but didn't take him seriously, instead focusing on the 6 Fated Paths bag itself. Hui stepped forward and stated, "No one saw it, but the Yuan magnetic divine light did appear here. This bag is the most suspicious thing here. If you think it's suspicious, why don't you check?" Zhang Fan's question caused Hui and the others to feel extremely awkward. Who didn't want to check it? It was just that the leader of Profound Clouds Society, Liao Yibai, had just tragically lost his life right there, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Sword Pavilion's sword light shooting over, they really had no idea how to deal with this situation. Seeing everyone remain silent, Zhang Fan knew that they must have suffered some kind of loss. After all, the bloodstains and mutilated corpses on the ground had already explained everything to him. He couldn't help but snort. Luo Qingyun stared at the 6 Fated Paths bag with a burning gaze and chuckled. This bag is a pretty good treasure. He finally turned his gaze towards Xianxia and asked warmly, "Friend, is this your bag?" Xianxia replied with a nod. "Yes, this bag is pretty good. Are you willing to part with it?" Luo Qingyun asked. "No." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Why don't you hear the price before deciding? No matter what price you offer, the bag is not for sale." Luo Qingyun shrugged and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." As soon as the word, "forget it," left his lips, Luo Qingyun transformed into a streak of sword light, shooting straight at the 6 Fated Paths bag like a bolt of lightning. You court death! Yang Kai shouted angrily as he quickly pushed his space principles, causing the space within 1,000 meters of him to become extremely viscous. Luo Qingyun's cry of surprise rang out from the sword light. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. The sudden change in space had actually caused his movements to become sluggish. The next moment, Yang Kai had thrust his spear straight towards the sword light. A sword cry rang out as Luo Qingyun unsheathed the sword on his back. In an instant, sword chi filled the air as sword intent soared to the heavens. No one was able to see what was happening clearly. Only a series of crisp clangs and sparks could be heard and seen as Luo Qingyun was sent flying back while Yang Kai stood in front of the 6 Fated Paths bag with his spear in hand and a malevolent look on his face. This exchange was so fast that it dazzled everyone's eyes. No one knew who won or lost, but judging from the expressions of Yang Kai and Luo Qingyun, it was the latter who must have suffered a small loss. At this moment, Luo Qingyun was staring down at his long sword, a pained look flashing across the depths of his eyes. The longsword's luster was a little dimmer than before, obviously having suffered some damage from the previous exchange. Zhong Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, whereas Lu Shui was shocked and Hu Yi and the others' faces turned ashen. Even a fourth-order open heaven realm like Luo Qingyun had been unable to do anything to Yang Kai and had even suffered a small loss in a frontal confrontation. Liao Yibai, a third-order open heaven realm master, had apparently not died in vain. Brat, you dare damage my sword's spirituality? Luo Qingyun suddenly raised his head with a fierce look appearing on his face. That short exchange had actually damaged his sword's spirituality. Although it wasn't too serious, it was still enough to make his heart ache. It would take him at least a few months to recover it. A waste with a piece of scrap metal dares to act so arrogantly? If you dare come here again, I'll kill you. Yang Kai's voice turned colder as he thrust the Azure Dragon spear forward. When Yang Kai saw this fellow's dignified appearance just now, he really didn't expect him to suddenly launch a sneak attack. He almost lost the 6 Fated Paths bag. Although he had refined the 6 Fated Paths bag and it wasn't impossible to snatch it back, if it got snatched, it would definitely ruin his plan to obtain the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light. Junior, you have some skill. No wonder you speak so arrogantly. Zhong Fan's expression sank as he took a step forward. His imposing aura gave the impression that he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas as he coldly continued. But are you really going to make an enemy out of my sword pavilion? Yang Kai, on the other hand, acted as if he had heard nothing and simply stared at him coldly. This king is Scarlet Star's 6th manager, while you are a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status, we are on equal footing, so don't call me junior. Moreover, even if I made an enemy out of your sword pavilion, so what? As soon as these words came out, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai in shock, all of them thinking that this man had gone crazy. A mere Emperor Realm Junior dares to act so arrogantly in front of Zhong Fan? Does he not know how to write the word death? Zhong Fan is a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who is also proficient in the Sword Dao. He has probably killed more people than this brat has ever seen in his life, yet he still dares to provoke him like this. Luo Qingyun couldn't be bothered to be angry with him as he turned to Lu Shui and asked, "Is this boy stupid?" Lu Shui's face was cold, but her voice was gentle. "He probably has something he can rely on." "Good," Zhong Fan shouted. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a brave boy. Since that's the case, this king will teach you the consequences of opposing my sword pavilion." As soon as Zhong Fan's voice fell, flames suddenly engulfed his body. Who knew what kind of secret art he cultivated? But it was extremely hot and violent. Zhong Fan raised his hand as a long sword appeared in his grip. At first glance, this long sword looked somewhat similar to the myriad sword that Yang Kai had used many years ago, both of them belonging to the same heavier long sword class, a true work of art. However, this sword was obviously of a much higher grade than the myriad sword. As soon as this sword appeared, Zhong Fan's aura completely changed. The raging flames wrapped around his sword like a snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others all wore excited expressions, secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Yang Kai's imposing aura had left them frightened before, but now, when they saw Zhong Fan take action, they were naturally filled with anticipation. However, at this moment, a chorus of shouts suddenly rang out from afar. Emperor Heaven, never submit. Along with the shouts, innumerable streaks of light shot over from the distance, shouting loudly as they flew, as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were coming. Everyone looked over with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became stagnant. However, after seeing the number of people who had come, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the 3 leaders of Sword Pavilion couldn't help but turn solemn. It wasn't surprising though, as there were simply too many people flying over at once. At a glance, there were at least 700 or 800 people, perhaps even 1,000. There were only about 1,000 people gathered on this mountaintop in total. The leader of this group was a young man with an arrogant look on his face and a giant sword on his shoulder, his nose pointing towards the sky. Before he even arrived, his voice had already reached them. Emperor Heaven lays claim to this place. All unrelated people should retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as a strange expression appeared on his face. Ding Yi was like a ghost haunting Yang Kai. No matter where he went, he would always run into him. It was obvious that he had been living quite well recently and had gathered many subordinates, his self-confidence once again soaring. Ding Yi's words were a bit pompous, so naturally, no one liked it and looked unhappy. As for Zhong Fan, he just coldly snorted. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Heaven's 1,000 or so members had already arrived. Ding Yi suddenly came to a stop, and so did the people from Emperor Heaven behind him, neatly arranging themselves into several square formations. At first glance, they seemed quite well trained, and with so many behind him, it made Ding Yi stand out like a crane amongst a flock of chickens, only raising his profile even further. However, there was no Open Heaven Realm Master among their group. After all, Emperor Heaven was founded on the idea of breaking free of the oppression of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Ding Yi took out his sword and pointed it towards the front before loudly declaring with a condescending attitude, "I heard that there were some Open Heaven Realm Masters here bullying an Emperor Realm brother? If this were the outside world, he wouldn't have dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would have probably bowed to them long ago. Only a special environment like the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary gave him the chance to speak so arrogantly." He also enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. This illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding Yi shouted aloud. Emperor Heaven, never submit." Emperor Heaven's members shouted in unison. Ding Yi grinned. "That's right. May I know which friend is being bullied? Don't be afraid. Since this Ding is here, I will ensure your safety." Zhong Fan turned around and asked, "Who is this guy?" The woman in palace robes, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhong Fan, whereupon Zhong Han nodded his understanding. Only now did he realize that this was the same Emperor Heaven that had been in the limelight recently. Emperor Heaven's name had been spreading far and wide, attracting quite a few people to join it. Rumor even had it that at its peak it had over 5,000 members, but for some reason only 1,000 had come here today. When Zhong Fan was speaking, Ding Yi also noticed Yang Kai and couldn't help but have his eyes widen. "It's you! We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi wore a strange expression as he hesitated. After escaping from the beast tide, Ding Yi led his men to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and his group who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences and were nearly killed by Yang Kai on the spot. It wasn't easy for them to survive that ordeal, but after that, Ding Yi ordered that if anyone from Emperor Heaven saw Yang Kai again in the future, they must not clash with him. He hadn't expected to see this fellow again today. Recalling Yang Kai's scorching palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, Ding Yi couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. However, since he had led 1,000 people here today, it was not impossible for him to take revenge for what happened that day many months ago. Pondering for a moment, Ding Yi seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and stated, "Since there is an Open Heaven Realm Master here today, this Ding won't argue with you about the grievances we had that day. Quickly come over here, this Ding will ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm. In front of this Ding, no Open Heaven Master can never bully emperors." Who knew what had happened to him in the past that made him so hostile towards those of the open heaven realm? Surprisingly, he didn't even want to pursue his grievances with Yang Kai and instead chose to protect him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flickered with a bright gleam as he found this guy's simplicity somewhat cute. A smile appeared on his lips as he refused. No need. I'll just stand here and see who dares to attack me. Ding Yi was stunned for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. You've got guts. This Ding admires someone as courageous as you the most. I'll definitely befriend you. He then stepped forward, glaring at Zhongfan and the other open heaven realm masters as he declared, all of you, either scram or die. It was quite boastful for him to say this, but whether or not these 1,000 people had the ability to do so was something to be seen. However, despite facing an enemy several dozen times stronger than them, the several dozen Sword Pavilion disciples didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, they stared coldly at Emperor Heaven's group. Zhongfan sneered at Ding Yi. A frog in a well dares to boast in front of me? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of open heaven realm masters like us? So what if you're an open heaven realm master? Ding Yi didn't take him seriously at all. It's not like I haven't killed any open heaven realm masters recently. They still die if their head is cut off. Zhongfan's face sank. Junior, are you sure you want to get involved in this matter? In that case, I'll behead you first. Saying so, he suddenly shouted, sword formation. Sing sing sign. The sound of swords being unsheathed rang out continuously. The auras of the several dozen Sword Pavilion disciples, led by the 3 open heaven realm masters, suddenly interlinked with each other. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as their sword intents filled the air, churning the void and whipping up a violent wind. Junior, accept your death. Zhongfan shouted angrily as he transformed into a streak of sword light and flew forward, closely followed by the dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples who were using some secret technique together. In an instant, dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples set up a sword formation that transformed into a stunning sword light and slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was struck with panic as he promptly retreated and waved his blade, shouting, attack. The 1,000 or so people behind him did not hesitate, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack the Sword Pavilion formation. The next moment, deafening rumbles filled the air as the world went pale. The ground quaked and the surrounding world energy became turbulent. The stunning sword light flashed wildly, but its momentum didn't decrease as it slashed towards Emperor Heaven's group. Miserable screams rang out instantly as more than a dozen Emperor Heaven members lost their lives in just a single blow, falling from the sky like dumplings. The sword light danced about, sweeping in and out of Emperor Heaven's group like it was being swung by an invisible hand, killing as it went. More importantly, no one was able to stop it. Ding Yi never stopped roaring orders, but the Emperor Heaven members were all Emperor Realm cultivators. As such, they weren't that strong. Although they were attacking together and had a vast numerical advantage against such a powerful and practiced formation, how could they possibly be Sword Pavilion's opponent? Watching his Emperor Heaven members dying and a rain of blood falling from the sky, Ding Yi's eyes turned bloodshot. However, he didn't abandon his subordinates and flee. He was in the lead and proved he did not fear death, but the difference in strength could not be made up for with numbers alone. If they wanted to destroy the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, it would be impossible to do so without a few hundred casualties. But Ding Yi wasn't sure that Emperor Heaven could last until then. Aren't you going to help? He provoked such a powerful enemy for you. He approached Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai glanced at the battle in the sky before turning his attention to Hu Yi and the others and muttered, I can't leave now. If he left, the 6 fated paths bag would definitely be lost. He pouted her lips. Heartless man. Yang Kai sneered. That Ding Yi has his own plans. Do you really think he's just standing up for me? If Ding Yi could defeat Sword Pavilion, Emperor Heaven's reputation would definitely soar. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about others joining him. Still, Ding Yi had indeed helped Yang Kai a little this time, otherwise he would have had to face Sword Pavilion alone. Yang Kai observed the power of this sword formation and believed that it would take him some effort to defeat it if it was turned against him. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't plan to sit back and do nothing. He was just waiting for the right time to act. As the battle continued, Everyone who saw the might of the sword pavilion's several dozen disciples couldn't help becoming absent-minded. With such a powerful sword formation, who in this world could stand against them? Emperor Heaven had already suffered more than 100 casualties in less than half a cup of tea's time. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's side was completely unscathed. The stunning sword light's momentum was still as strong as ever, sweeping through Emperor Heaven's group without impediment. All who came into contact with this sword light were either injured or killed. Ding Yi continued giving orders while leading the fight, somehow managing to stabilize the situation, decreasing Emperor Heaven's casualties. Once the battle began, regardless of the reason, both sides' eyes turned red with bloodlust. It would only come to an end when one side was completely defeated. After an incense stick worth of time, Ding Yi let out a muffled grunt and retreated as a forearm-length wound appeared on his chest, nearly killing him on the spot. He quickly circulated his strength to suppress his injuries, but the sword intent radiating from his wounds was causing him great pain and difficulty. At that moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out in Ding Yi's ears. "Tell your people to put away their artifacts." Ding Yi was startled and turned to look at Yang Kai, only to see him staring at him. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai meant by this, Ding Yi decided to take a leap of faith and shouted, "Stow your artifacts." Saying so, he swiftly stored his broadsword. Although Ding Yi had given such an order, the Emperor Heaven members all acted differently. From this, it could be seen just how lax their discipline was. If Zhang Fan were to say the same thing, the Sword Pavilion's disciples would have definitely obeyed. However, Yang Kai didn't care anymore. He could sense that the space inside the 6 Fated Paths bag was already filled with Yuan magnetic divine light and would soon reach its limit. After sending his message to Ding Yi, Yang Kai raised his hand and burst into maniac laughter. "I'll deliver you a big gift." Saying so, he stowed away his Fated Paths bag. A mystical and ever-varying beam of light soared into the sky as the Yuan magnetic divine light reappeared. The distorted beam tore a hole in the sky, revealing itself to everyone within 1,000 kilometers. Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. "Ah, my sword!" With a whoosh, a long sword flew straight towards the Yuan magnetic divine light. Behind it was a shocked cultivator staring blankly, unable to fathom how his long sword artifact, which was clearly held in his hand a moment ago, flew out on its own. "What's going on? How?" A series of panicked cries rang out from the crowd, and all the cultivators who had summoned their metal artifacts paled. It couldn't be helped either, as a tremendous suction force had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, pulling away their artifacts. Everyone else also stared up at the sky in shock as they saw numerous artifacts flying towards the Yuan magnetic divine light at an astonishing speed. After a moment of hesitation, the cultivators who had lost their artifacts quickly formed hand seals and tried to recall them by urging their divine sense. Nonetheless, they couldn't summon their artifacts back. The pull of the Yuan magnetic divine light was too powerful, and since it had already been taken away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. It was already a lost cause. The first person who saw his sword being pulled into the Yuan magnetic divine light had no time to feel sad before his face suddenly turned pale. He grunted and spurted a mouthful of blood as his face immediately became pale. The longsword was connected to his soul, and after being washed away by the Yuan magnetic divine light, it quickly lost all spirituality and began to disintegrate, causing his soul to suffer damage. Such damage would take at least a year or two to recover from. Pew. Countless people spurted blood one after another as more and more were injured. Only the cultivators who had not refined their artifacts deeply didn't suffer any serious injuries. All they lost was their prized artifacts, which still put a pained look on their faces. "It's the Yuan magnetic divine light." Someone exclaimed that Yuan magnetic divine light actually has the power to pull away artifacts. Everyone, be careful. Not everyone's artifacts had been taken away. Hu Yi and the other open heaven realm masters were still desperately resisting the strange movements of their artifacts. So when they heard this, their expressions all became serious. They quickly put away their artifacts and finally prevented them from being lost. In a short period of time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed down and became a pile of scrap metal without any spirituality. This Yuan magnetic divine light is actually able to pull artifacts. Doesn't that mean the Sword Pavilion disciples are in danger? Someone muttered. Hearing this, everyone seemed to realize something and quickly turned their attention from the Yuan magnetic divine light to the battlefield. After taking a look, they were dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through Emperor Heaven's group had been broken at some point, and numerous streaks of light were now flying towards the Yuan magnetic divine light from the Sword Pavilion group. No matter how much the Sword Pavilion disciples tried, they were unable to recall their swords. Everyone from Sword Pavilion cultivated the Sword Dao and used special secret techniques to refine their swords. It could be said that these swords were closely connected to the lives of the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Most of the Sword Pavilion disciples' skills were related to their swords. At this moment, when their swords had been taken away, the Sword Pavilion disciples were like tigers whose teeth and claws had been pulled out. Not only that, but they had even lost the swords they had been cultivating with their entire lives, so the sword formation naturally collapsed. What's going on? Luo Qingyun's face was filled with horror. The sword in his hand hadn't been taken away. After all, he was an open heaven realm master, and his foundation was not something an ordinary emperor realm cultivator could compare to. The moment he noticed something was wrong, he gripped his sword tightly, but at this moment the sword in his hand was waving around uncontrollably, wanting to fly out of his grip. He was completely focused on his sword, so how could he be in the mood to kill? It's the Yuan magnetic divine light. Lu Shui shouted, her pretty face turning gloomy. What a vicious brat. Zhang Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was laughing madly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would deliver them a big gift, but no one had expected that this gift would actually be a death sentence to Sword Pavilion. With just this one move, he had condemned dozens of Sword Pavilion elites to their graves. In the time it took for the spark to fly off a flint, Zhang Fan roared, "Follow me!" Taking the lead, he put away his artifact and charged towards the weakest point of the crowd as his body surged with sword intent. However, the Sword Pavilion disciples had relied on the might of their sword formation to slaughter their way through the 1,000 or so members of Emperor Heaven. So now that their formation had been broken, it would not be easy for them to escape. Pu. A series of dull thuds rang out as the Sword Pavilion disciples spurted mouthfuls of blood and became dispirited. Unlike the crowd down below who had received varying degrees of backlash from the destruction of their artifacts, the Sword Pavilion's disciples' very lives were at stake. Their swords were refined using various special secret techniques and were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it gave them a devastating blow. As the swords were drawn into the Yuan magnetic divine light and their light dimmed, the dozens of disciples of the Sword Pavilion had their souls shaken and suffered heavy injuries. Ding Yi was flabbergasted. Previously, when Sword Pavilion had set up their sword formation, they looked extremely majestic and awe-inspiring. Emperor Heaven had 1,000 men on their side, but they were still cut down like vegetables and were unable to fight back at all. The anger and frustration in his heart couldn't be described in mere words. Ding Yi had already begun considering retreating, thinking that provoking this group of a madman from Sword Pavilion was not worth it. But after Yang Kai sent him a strange message, the situation had suddenly taken a turn. After a series of sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion disciples' hands, the unstoppable sword formation actually collapsed on its own. Immediately after, many of the Sword Pavilion disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces went pale as if they had suffered heavy injuries. There was no need for him to hesitate. Ding Yi raised his hand before waving it down and grinning fiercely. "Kill them!" As he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged forward. His entire body was covered in a golden light that exuded boundless sharpness and caused others to shiver in fear. Shockingly, he was using his Dao Seal's metal element power to enhance his attack. Strictly speaking, although Ding Yi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still quite good amongst the Emperor realm. Just from the quality of his metal element, one could tell that an ordinary Emperor realm master wasn't his opponent. Moreover, it was quite apparent that he had condensed the power of a 4th or 5th order open heaven material. Perhaps after spending a few months in the Great Ruins boundary, he had his own opportunities. With a single punch, the sky changed color. Since their leader had already set an example, how could those from Emperor Heaven shrink back? With a loud bang, a series of secret techniques flew towards the Sword Pavilion disciples from every single direction, one after another. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion disciples' strength had been greatly reduced, and after suffering heavy blows to their souls, how could they resist such a dense barrage of attacks? If the sword formation was still functioning, they naturally wouldn't fear these scattered attacks, but it had been disrupted when they lost their swords. Despair flashed across the Sword Pavilion disciples' eyes as none of them were able to avoid this attack. All they could do was desperately circulate their strength to form defensive barriers. In an instant, layers of brown-colored light appeared on the bodies of the Sword Pavilion disciples. All of them were clearly using their earth elements. Some of them even developed divine abilities related to the earth elements they had condensed, especially Zhongfan, who was in the lead. He held a giant shield in his hand that was congealed from pure earth element power that looked extremely solid. However, in the face of countless attacks, their efforts were meaningless. In a flash of light, the Sword Pavilion disciples' defenses were shattered. Even Zhongfan's giant shield couldn't endure. One attack after another hit the Sword Pavilion disciples, causing them to scream in pain as their fleshly bodies were reduced to a blood mist, not even leaving bones behind. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Sword Pavilion disciples had died. Even Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui were injured, their bodies drenched in blood, wounds riddling their figures. The members of Emperor Heaven were ecstatic. Just now, their side was being slaughtered by the Sword Pavilion's formation, causing them much grief and anger. So now that they had a chance to take revenge, they naturally spared no effort. After the first round of attacks, the second round arrived. Sword Pavilion's group is finished. Hui watched helplessly as this thought flashed across his mind, his face extremely pale. Ever since he had broken through to the open heaven realm, he had not placed an Emperor Realm Junior in his eyes. To him, all Emperor Realm cultivators were nothing but ants whom he could kill at will, but today, after seeing the Sword Pavilion disciples running for their lives and witnessing Zhongfan, a fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator, fleeing like a stray dog, he finally realized that the saying, "many ants could bite an elephant to death," wasn't an empty talk. After all, this was the grand ancient ruins boundary. The culprit behind this entire debacle was none other than the young man with his hands behind his back. Although Emperor Heaven was the murderer, at the end of the day, the death of the Sword Pavilion disciples was all the fault of this young man. If he hadn't released the Yuan magnetic divine light just now, how could Sword Pavilion have fallen so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, who he felt a chill run up his spine. This young man had killed open heaven realm masters like slaughtering chickens and dogs, and now he had obtained this Yuan magnetic divine light. In the future, who in the great ruins boundary could be his opponent? Screams rang out again as Emperor Heaven's second round of attacks wiped out all the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving only the 3 open heaven realm masters who were still trying to escape. From this, one could see the difference between the open heaven realm and the Emperor realm. Under the effects of the Yuan magnetic divine light, they were still able to control their swords and protect themselves from the barrage of attacks. "You want to leave?" Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhongfan as he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind first." As he spoke, he sent out another punch towards Zhongfan. This punch was filled with metal element power and was quite terrifying. Zhongfan hurriedly turned around, clenched his teeth, and pointed his finger, sending a stream of sword chi to greet the attack. With a loud bang, space warped and his finger energy was shattered, causing Zhongfan to spit out a mouthful of blood as his figure flew backwards. Emperor Heaven's 2 rounds of attacks had already injured him, and now he was forcefully exerting his strength. He was almost no match for Ding Yi at the moment. Luo Qingyun quickly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The 2 of them then turned into 2 streaks of sword light, wrapping themselves around the 3 of them before instantly breaking through Emperor Heaven's blockade and fleeing into the distance. Several dozen Sword Pavilion disciples arrived under the leadership of 3 open heaven realm masters in an aggressive and overbearing manner, but after an incense stick of time, all of them were either dead or fleeing for their lives. Of the dozens of Sword Pavilion members who had come, there were only 3 people left. Even Zhongfan, a 5th-order open heaven realm master, had suffered heavy injuries and nearly died on the spot. On the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, everyone was silent except for those from Emperor Heaven who were cheering loudly, causing the world to tremble. Ding Yi was even laughing wildly like he was the ruler of the world and nobody could stop him. Many people were unhappy with his arrogant attitude, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Emperor Heaven's prestige would reach new heights and its name would spread far and wide. In this grand ancient ruins boundary, there was definitely a place for him now. Many of the 1,000 people present were already looking at Emperor Heaven with glistening eyes, wondering if they should join it. After laughing madly, Ding Yi came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, along with the dozen or so people who had been standing behind him. "Where is Brother Yang?" Ding Yi asked the person beside him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the Sword Pavilion disciples just now, so how could anyone pay attention to others? On the other hand, one of the Emperor Realm Masters on the ground pointed below and replied, "They entered the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light." He clearly saw that when Zhang Fan and the others fled, Yang Kai led the dozen or so people around him into the sinkhole. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was still shooting out from the hole created by the Earth Dragon. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he secretly admired Yang Kai's boldness. He had just witnessed the might of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, and not only did it possess the power to pull in artifacts, but also to damage said artifacts critically in short order. How could jumping into this light result in a good end? However, very soon an unyielding thought emerged in his heart. If Yang Kai could have the courage to jump down, why couldn't he? More importantly, since such an intense Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was shooting out from the sinkhole, there must be high-grade Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones below. It was a precious treasure trove. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand. "Follow me." Leading the way, Ding Yi rushed towards the hole and arrived in the blink of an eye. After approaching it, Ding Yi was able to sense how terrifying this Yuan Magnetic Divine Light truly was. When his divine sense made contact with it, it was immediately shredded, causing his head to ache. Ding Yi couldn't help gulping hard, wondering if he should wait and see what the situation was like later. If he couldn't eat the meat and ended up getting himself into trouble, it wouldn't be worth it. A cultivator beside him also came over with a nervous look and asked, "Leader, jumping in here is probably a bit dangerous. Should we wait a little first?" If this man hadn't said anything, Ding Yi would have really waited, but since he was trying to build a reputation for himself and was now being dissuaded, Ding Yi became stubborn and declared, "What are you waiting for? There must be some kind of great treasure down there. Don't you see that Brother Yang has already gone down? He must have gone to clean out all the riches. This thing will go down first, the rest of you follow, no one is allowed to back down." The man's face immediately became bitter. After Ding Yi finished speaking, he grit his teeth and leapt forward, diving straight into the sinkhole. In order to avoid any accidents, he even pushed his earth element power to protect himself, preparing for any consequences with whatever he had available. However, just as he jumped down, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and shot out of the sinkhole like an arrow. Under everyone's eyes, Ding Yi appeared 1,000 meters away, but they were all shocked after seeing his current state. At this moment, the earth element power surrounding Ding Yi's body had already been shattered. Not only that, but his clothes were also in tatters and countless tiny wounds covered his body. His blood had almost dyed his entire body red. Hovering in mid-air, Ding Yi's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Although everyone knew that this Yuan Magnetic Divine Light wasn't something that could be easily rushed into, as all of the artifacts had lost their spirituality and become scrap metal when they came into contact with it, none of them had ever imagined that it would be so terrifying. Ding Yi had not even been able to last a breath before he was reduced to such a miserable state. If he had stayed inside for even a little longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If even he was like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? "I'm afraid that Brat is doomed," an open heaven realm cultivator whispered to Hu Yi. It had been half a cup of tea since Yang Kai had jumped into the sinkhole with his dozen or so followers. But there had been no movements even after such a long time. How could he be safe and sound? A smile finally appeared on Hu Yi's stiff face as he muttered, "Very good." Witnessing Yang Kai kill Liao Yi Bai with a single move, Hu Yi became extremely wary. It would have been fine if this man was an open heaven realm master, But Yangkai was just an Emperor Realm Jr. This kind of unconventional existence was a great blow to him, so he was happy to see him die. "Sir, are you all right?" One of Emperor Heaven's members rushed over to Ding Yi and asked. Ding Yi raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." Although he said so, his face was still filled with fear. It was fortunate that he had acted quickly, otherwise he really might have been in trouble. Thinking about how Yangkai had been inside for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others. Yangkai probably had lost his life. With this thought in mind, Ding Yi's expression brightened, and he waved his hand, ordering, "Encircle this sinkhole. Kill anyone who dares trespass without mercy. If Yangkai were to die, then the treasures below would be left untouched." This Yuan magnetic divine light couldn't go on forever, it had to stop at some point. As long as Ding Yi waited until then, he could lead the members of Emperor Heaven down to plunder the treasures below, thereby benefiting the most. After receiving the order, Emperor Heaven quickly gathered around the sinkhole, completely surrounding it in the blink of an eye. This action naturally drew the ire of the crowd, but those from Emperor Heaven were not afraid. Even though the surrounding cultivators were glaring at them angrily, they remained completely calm and composed. At the same time, inside the sinkhole, as the Yuan magnetic divine light washed over them, a group of more than a dozen people wrapped in Yangkai's earth element power continued to descend. Contrary to what Hu Yi, Ding Yi, and the others thought, not only was Yangkai not dead or even injured, not only him but the dozen or so Scarlet Star members were also unharmed. The Yuan magnetic divine light was unable to break the defense of his earth element. Yangkai had now gathered his wood, fire, and earth elements, but he still didn't know what order these three elements were, and neither could he ask anyone else about it. All he could do was try to figure it out himself. If the wood element power from the essence of the immortal tree was classified as ninth order, then the Golden Crow True Fire and Earth Dragon's Dragon Bead could probably be classified as eighth order. In other words, he now possessed at least one ninth order and two probable eighth order elements. However, this Yuan magnetic divine light was only sixth order, so under the protection of an eighth order earth element power, how could Yangkai and the others be harmed? Although this was the case, Yangkai was consuming a great deal of energy on this journey. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to constantly channel his earth element power from his Dao seal. Otherwise, even if he remained unharmed, everyone else would be in danger of being killed, including Yu He. After all, her elements were only fifth order, so there was no way she could resist this Yuan magnetic divine light. "A Yuan magnetic divine stone," a disciple exclaimed as they kept falling, obviously seeing the treasures lining the cave walls. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangkai stretched out his hand and took the Yuan magnetic divine stone. Looking at it, he saw that it was only a fourth order material, so he didn't pay it any mind and simply tossed it into his space ring. Who knows how deep the hole the Earth Dragon had dug was, but it was still drawing out Yuan magnetic divine light hidden underground. As they continued to descend deeper into the cave, they occasionally discovered some Yuan magnetic divine stones. Yangkai had collected more than a dozen pieces along the way, but the best was still just fourth order, while the others were basically second or third order, so they weren't worth much. After descending about 30,000 meters, the space below suddenly became bigger and everyone felt as if they had fallen into a sea of Yuan magnetic divine light. In just 2 breaths of time, the group of people once again rushed out of the Yuan magnetic divine light sea. The next moment, a beautiful world appeared right before their eyes. Shockingly, this was a giant underground cavern. The various parts of the cavern were flashing with a dense light, each of which represented a Yuan magnetic divine stone. Looking up again, above the cave, rays of Yuan magnetic divine light gathered together and illuminated the vast cave. This was obviously the source of the Yuan magnetic divine light that had broken through the surface and shot into the sky. Earlier, Yangkai had used his Fated Paths bag to collect an entire bag worth of Yuan magnetic divine light, so he hadn't expected there to still be so much left even after erupting for so long. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If they had more artifacts like the Fated Paths bags, they might be able to collect more. Yangkai had thought about using the Sealed World bead to collect the rest, but after trying it out during his descent, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th order Yuan magnetic divine light entered the Sealed World bead, Yang Kai sensed it came under a bit of pressure. It didn't matter if he collected a little, but if he collected too much, the sealed world bead would collapse. Estimating the amount of yuan magnetic divine light left in this cave, it would run out after another incense stick worth of time. Once that happened, the people above would definitely come down to plunder the treasures. In other words, Yang Kai and the others didn't have much time left. Sixth manager, we've struck it rich this time. Guziyen looked around and cheered. Just from what he could see, there were more than a dozen yuan magnetic divine stones. Although he didn't know what order they were, just this number was enough to excite him. Not to mention, this underground cavern was extremely vast. As long as they continued searching, they would definitely discover something good. Let's move, Yang Kai suggested calmly. The reason why he had brought these dozen or so Scarlet Star members down here was, first, considering their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe to leave them outside. The other reason was that he needed people to collect these yuan magnetic divine stones. Since he had already anticipated that there would be treasures below, how could Yang Kai not come up with a few plans? The dozen or so Scarlet Star members rushed out excitedly and began gathering under his command, rushing towards everywhere something was glittering. He didn't say a word and simply walked towards the most dazzling yuan magnetic divine stone and quickly put it away into her space ring.